Chapter 2755. They couldn't ask for help in the dark space-time, and there was no place to gather information. They also couldn't escape from the endless battlefield. The only thing they could do was risk it all. Of course, Lu Yin would still leave if things didn't work out. He wouldn't leave his life here. As long as it wasn't something like empty void or 81 slashes that he couldn't resist, he would leave. As for explaining things to the Grand Empyreans, he would think about it later. There was no point in thinking about it if he lost his life. The tenebrous domain was the deepest place in the dark spacetime. Lu Yin's domain couldn't spread very far, and it was quickly swallowed up. Here he was really like a blind man. Think of a way to find that old monster. Dan Pu shouted. Lu Yin stared ahead. He had thought that darkness was just one color, but after coming here he realized that there were many colors. The darkness in front of him was undoubtedly the most dangerous. Since it was darkness, he would bring light. As he thought about it, the Divine Seal catalog appeared above his head. The golden light transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the darkness and illuminated the tenebrous domain. The darkness here could swallow light, but the Divine Seal catalog was the Lu family's ultimate innate gift, and it couldn't be suppressed so easily. The golden light could even pierce through the aura of death. The first time it had appeared, it had illuminated the astral tree realm, the top realm, the middle realm, and the mortal realm. Now that it had appeared in the dark spacetime, it similarly illuminated the entire tenebrous domain and Anjio's group. The shadow men cried out and hurriedly dodged. They couldn't touch the light. Dan Pu was shocked. What kind of power was this? The golden light was bright but not blinding, and it carried an incomparable sacredness and supremacy. The lost clansmen were xenophobic, which meant that they looked down on the other parallel spacetimes of the Six Directions Association. However, this golden light allowed Dan Pu to understand Lu Yin's power. No matter what realm Lu Yin was at, this golden light represented a powerful inheritance. The golden light illuminated the tenebrous domain as Nong Yi walked out and planted a seed on the ground. The tenebrous domain shattered and all of the shadow men who lived there fled. Anjio trembled. "Ancestor, please wake up, ancestor." Deep in the tenebrous domain, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. They were ancient and turbid, but they quickly became clear. The pupils turned and stared at the sky. The golden light pierced through the ground and illuminated an old face. The fifth mainland, the power of the Lu family. As he spoke, the ground in front of him disappeared. The darkness turned into a rainbow that pierced through the sky. The person lying on the ground sat up and let out a sigh. Anjio and the others knelt down with tears in their eyes. "Greetings, ancestor." "Greetings, patriarch." "Greetings, patriarch." Countless shadow men let out excited shouts as if they were on a pilgrimage. Lu Yin and Dan Pu looked at each other. Dan Pu squinted her eyes. The great clan elder had come to the dark spacetime once, and he was sure that there was an extremely strong cultivator here. The great clan elder had tried to talk to this extremely strong cultivator several times, but the other party did not wake up. In order to avoid becoming enemies, the lost clan did not forcefully awaken that extremely strong cultivator. And now that person had awakened. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stared at the darkness domain. The golden light was resisting the darkness. This was the light from the Divine Seal catalog itself and not Lu Yin's own power. Even Lu Yin himself had not known that the golden light from the Divine Seal catalog could resist the darkness. Beneath the dark domain, the ancient figure looked up, and in that instant, Lu Yin saw the other's eyes. "Does he have pupils? Not the shadow man? Child of the Lu family. Awaken me." The figure spoke with a dry voice that was not very smooth. It seemed that he had not spoken for a long time. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. As expected, it was related to the origin space. It was not without reason that he had appeared in the dark spacetime. "You recognize that I'm from the Lu family?" The figure raised a hand and blocked the golden light. "The Lu family's Divine Seal catalog. This light is still so domineering." "Here you are?" Lu Yin asked. Dan Pu held the card tightly. From the moment this figure had awakened, he had felt an indescribable sense of danger. He also felt like he was being stared at and seen through. The strange thing was that this feeling did not only come from below, but also from above, from all directions, and from the entire dark spacetime. It was as if the entire dark spacetime had been awakened with this person's awakening. He had only felt this feeling from the great clan elder. This was a monster close to the great clan elder. It was dangerous, extremely dangerous. The figure sighed and stood up. It's not important. In this universe, only a small number of people can leave their names forever. The others are just passers-by. Child, how is the sect above heaven? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior, when you came to this spacetime, how was the sect above heaven? The figure chuckled. Young people these days are so rude. I'm clearly the one asking you. Why did you say that I have an old relationship with your Lu family? Senior has an old relationship with my Lu family? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Was this someone from the sect above heaven? Yes, the one I came into contact with the most was Lu Bujing. After all, as one of the sect masters of the Heavenly Gate, we had many dealings. The figure smiled. Lu Yin was surprised. Senior is the sect master of the Heavenly Gate? It seems that you know. Lu Yin's expression changed. Although the sect masters of the Heavenly Gate were not progenitors in the sect above heaven, they were known to be existences that could definitely break through the progenitor realm. Even progenitors treated them with respect. Third uncle Lu Bujing was a branch of the Lu family and was highly regarded by the ancestor. The ancestor even found a way to obtain the power of destiny and was the first to cultivate the 3 young ancestral qi. The Lady of Destiny was the successor of destiny, and Hen Exin was the successor of ancient Tao Master. It could be said that as long as there were no accidents, the sect masters of the 12 heavenly gates could represent the next era. Back then, third uncle and the others had been sealed in ice until the decisive battle with the everlasting race a few years ago. They were still half-step progenitors. No matter how high their cultivation was, nothing could be seen. But just imagine, if third uncle Lu Bujing had survived until now in the sect above heaven, how strong would he be? Once the 3 young ancestral qi appeared and transformed into destiny, who could resist it? The Lady of Destiny had broken through to the progenitor realm and survived until now. Was it another destiny? Could Hen Exin walk the path of ancient Tao Master? No one knew, but one thing was absolutely certain. They were very strong, very strong. The person in front of him was actually the sect master of the 12 heavenly gates in the same era as third uncle and the others. This made Lu Yin's scalp tingle. This was a genuine ancient powerhouse that had survived since the sect above heaven, and his seniority far surpassed progenitor Qin and the others. Just as Dan Pu said, this was a monster. May I ask Senior's name? Lu Yin stared at the figure. The figure smiled again. When did the Lu family become so despicable? As soon as he finished speaking, Dan Pu appeared behind him. She extended her card, but the figure disappeared. At the same time, Dan Pu, who was beside Lu Yin, also disappeared. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. He had failed. You can call me Eldermo. If you can return alive, help me tell Lu Bujing that an old friend will look for him. With that, the dark spacetime turned upside down. The people who were fighting in various parts of the spacetime were shocked to find that they could no longer control themselves. The darkness turned into a turbulent tsunami that wanted to drown the entire spacetime. The bone-chilling cold terrified everyone. Dan Pu walked out with an ugly expression and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Does this old monster have a grudge with you? Lu Yin looked around. Nong Yi suddenly threw out a green leaf that floated forward. Elder Mo raised his finger and easily tore the leaf apart. Today, I want to see if the Lu family's God investiture catalog can be devoured. Dan Pu's gaze was fierce and a card appeared beside Elder Mo. It was his card. He thought that Elder Mo would be attracted by the card, but the darkness blocked the card and gradually drowned it. This old monster is on the same level as the Great Elder. Let's run, Dan Pu reminded softly. Lu Yin also wanted to run. This old monster was definitely someone who had touched the universe's laws. In the words of Ultra Spacetime, he was a powerhouse who could touch the sequence particles. This kind of powerhouse surpassed the 9 mountains and 8 seas and was probably infinitely close to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. He was not someone they could deal with. Dan Pu did not even want the card. Suddenly, the two of them stared behind Eldermo. And Jiao, who was supposed to be kneeling in the dark domain and praying devoutly, had appeared out of nowhere and struck out at Eldermo. The palm shadow split into 3 and the 3 palms merged into 1. No one expected him to attack Eldermo. He was the leader of the Umbra humans and he was the one who had awakened Eldermo. And Jiao's gaze changed when the palm penetrated Eldermo's body. Eldermo turned around and looked at Jiao. Are you being controlled? Another rat. Lu Yin was alert. Control. His first thought was Qing Kong. However, Dan Pu said an unfamiliar name. Someone from the Thousand Faces Bureau. Lu Yin did not understand. Dan Pu did not explain and simply pointed below. The Umbra humans charged into the sky and attacked Elder Mo. These Umbra humans were not very strong, but their battle prowess seemed to have suddenly increased. There were more than 1,000 of them attacking Elder Mo. Elder Mo frowned. Reckless. As he spoke, boundless darkness devoured the distance. He stared in one direction as the darkness turned into a sharp blade that cut through space-time, splitting the dark space-time into two. The huge space-time was like a toy in his palm. In the distance, a smear of red appeared and swept over. It tore through the darkness and descended above the dark domain. This smear of red was the second color to resist the darkness after the golden light of the God Sealing Catalog. Lu Yin was all too familiar with this color. It was divine power. As expected, the Eternals had made their move. Elder Mo looked up and frowned. There was fear and unease in his eyes as he recalled the scenes he had seen when he first arrived. It was the descent of this power that had caused the continent to split open and countless people to die tragically. The 3 realms and 6 Daoists were bathed in blood. This was a fear that was branded in the depths of his memories. However, this power did not come from that terrifying existence. It was merely a rat borrowing its power. Elder Mo's gaze was ferocious. A rat had borrowed the power that terrified him, causing him to feel uneasy and fearful. This was unforgivable, just like how Lu Bujing had used the power of destiny to threaten him after cultivating the 3 young ancestral qi. The darkness twisted and spread towards the divine power. The red divine power released light above the dark domain like a sun. As the divine power appeared, Zhou and the other Umbra humans who had attacked Elder Mo raised their hands. Their fingers connected with the divine power and they all absorbed it. They clearly did not have pupils, but their eyes were crimson red. Chapter 2756. Elder Mo pressed down with one hand, and the darkness engulfed Zhou and the others, but they were forcefully blasted away by the divine power. Zhou and the other shadow men charged at Elder Mo, all of them using the same battle technique. Some combined 2 palms, some combined 3 palms, and Zhou even raised it to 6 palms. Coupled with his divine power, the void collapsed and a world of nothingness appeared. There was also a half-ancestor from the dark shadow race who used 7 palms. As divine power surged, his body constantly shattered, but he still closed in on Elder Mo. Over 1,000 shadow men attacked Elder Mo with divine power. The scene was extremely spectacular. Elder Mo's face was gloomy as the darkness engulfed them again. This time they couldn't come out. Their bodies completely disappeared. This space-time, or rather the universe's starry sky, no longer existed. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. That was divine power. He had seen divine power attack before. It was a rather terrifying power. Although those people weren't very strong, with the help of divine power, Zhou and the half-ancestor Shadow Man definitely had the strength to challenge the ancestor realm. They were gone just like that. It was too fast. "Let's go," Dan Pu shouted. A voice sounded, "Let's join forces. No one is a match for this old monster alone." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. An eternal corpse king? Dan Pu sneered. "Join forces? Dream on. Sco. You can't leave. It seems like you don't understand experts of this level at all." Dan Pu and Lu Yin wanted to tear through the void and leave at the same time. They successfully found the parallel spacetime they were in, but the darkness invaded and distorted the void, causing it to become unstable. In front of them, Elder Mo's cold gaze swept over. "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Today we will purge this dark spacetime." The golden light of the God Sealing Catalog and the red light of divine power were constantly approached by the darkness. Elder Mo stared coldly at Lu Yin and Dan Pu and raised his hand to grab them. Without the card, Dan Pu, the lost clansman, had lost most of her combat strength. Lu Yin took out his slippers and slammed them down. He wanted to launch a sneak attack while Elder Mo wasn't paying attention. However, Elder Mo had lived for so long and had rich combat experience. He had also walked out of the desperate years of the Above Heaven sect. Not to mention slippers, even a speck of dust would be cautious. Lu Yin's slippers couldn't touch Elder Mo at all. Below, Zhou rushed out and charged into the sun like divine power. Elder Mo's gaze was attracted as he looked over. Zhou's godly energy surged into Zhou's body and he suddenly woke up. He screamed in pain, "Ancestor, ancestor, save me, ancestor." Elder Emo frowned. He raised his hand and bent his fingers, causing the darkness around his god force to distort and shrink. The light from his god force was being compressed as he tried to drag Ngio out. Ngio suddenly raised his head and roared at the sky. The surface of his skin melted and even his facial features melted. To him, the divine power was like an ordinary person falling into magma. However, it did not burn him but instead turned him into a monster. His scarlet eyes suddenly stared at Elder Emo. He struck out with his palm, breaking through the bindings of darkness and rushing towards Elder Emo. He raised his hand and his arm broke apart inch by inch. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms until 11 palms combined into one. "Let's work together." The voice traveled to Lu Yin and Dan Pu's ears and the two exchanged glances. They no longer hesitated. Elder Emo would definitely deal with them, and since that was the case they could only join forces with the Eternals. Ngio's 11 palms combined into one, Lu Yin's slippers, Nong Yi's farming battle technique, and Dan Pu's Lost Clan's killing battle technique. 3 forces charged towards Elder Emo. Elder Emo sneered, "It's just a mere rat, yet it was dealt with so easily by you. What's the point of cultivating to such a level?" With that he raised his head. Absolute darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, Ngio's 11 palms changed direction. Lu Yin and Dan Pu could not see any light at all. Whether it was the golden light of the God Sealing Catalog or the red light of the divine power, they all disappeared in an instant. No, if Elder Emo could swallow these lights in an instant, he would not have needed to drag it out for so long. He did not swallow the light but instead deprived them of the light they could see. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Elder Emo was a monster who had touched the level of sequence particles, and it was equivalent to seeing the universe's operating rules. The universe operated and everything had order to it. The big ones were birth, old age, sickness and death, light, darkness, karma and reincarnation. The small ones were the joys and sorrows and even leaving footprints on the ground when one walked. These were all rules that formed the universe's operation. As for Elder Emo, he should have deprived them of their vision of light and darkness. This was not the witch spirit god's 5 senses being transferred or deprived, but similar to Xianxi's deprivation of some kind of cognition. The difference was that Xianxi relied on his talent to bring out his talent to the extreme, while Elder Emo relied on his cultivation. Some people were born with the ability to control space, and some people could also control space when they cultivated to the extreme. This was the unification of 10,000 Daoists. You do not understand what kind of power I have. Even during the glorious era of the Above Heavens sect, only a few people from the 3 realms and 6 Daoists could grasp this power. I have been in a deep slumber since the Above Heavens sect era, completely immersed in darkness. I have finally achieved great success, and even if the Lu family's son had not awakened me, I would have awakened soon. As a reward, I will let you experience the true limits of cultivation. Everyone says that man can conquer the heavens, but how can man conquer the heavens? Man is just a speck of dust in the heavens operation. You are all dust and only I can touch the rules. To you, I am the heavens, the dark heavens. Bang. Lu Yin and the rest could not see it, but they could hear it. Elder Emo had shattered Ongjio. He did not need these shadow men, and they could not even be considered his descendants. They had only cultivated with the power he had left behind, and now they had degenerated into a useless race that did not even have eyes. Intense pain engulfed his nerves, and Dan Pu groaned as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Must be painful. Although I have not interacted with it, I know that there is an old fellow from the Lost Clan from the 6 Paths Society who wanted to communicate with me, but I disdained to speak with him. Elder Emo raised his hand and a card appeared in his palm. How can an opportunistic power compare to my primordial space? He then looked at Lu Yin. Lu family's son, is Lu Bujing still alive? Lu Yin's body began to dry up. He had used things move in the opposite, and it seemed that this old monster would not kill him. Since that was the case, as long as it did not exceed the limits of things move in the opposite, he would not be affected. Yes. What's your cultivation? Half ancestor. Elder Emo raised his brows and stared at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Half ancestor? Are you joking with me? Lu Yin asked, did you know that 3rd uncle and the others went missing? Elder Emo replied, of course. A group of people went missing, and it was not just him. Even a few Daoists went missing. Third uncle and the others were sealed in ice and only unsealed a few decades ago. Their cultivation is no different from the above heavens sect era. If you want to see them, I can take you there. Elder Emo laughed. Interesting, this is interesting. Of course I want to see them. I must see them. Do you want to live? Lu Yin admitted it directly. Of course I want to live. Senior Dan Pu beside me, please don't make things difficult for her. Elder Emo did not care. It's just a rat, and there's even a rat struggling on the verge of death. I want to see where he can escape to. In the distance, a pair of scarlet eyes looked in the direction of the tenebrous domain. Darkness fell in all directions, making it impossible for him to escape. He was the person from the Thousand Faces game that Dan Pu had mentioned, the progenitor that the Eternals had placed in the dark spacetime. The Lost Clan knew of Elder Mo's existence, and so did the Eternals. Seeing that he could not escape, the person from the Thousand Faces game simply headed towards the tenebrous domain and saw Elder Mo, Lu Yin, and Dan Pu. Elder Mo looked at him playfully. Not running anymore. The person from the Thousand Faces game was a pale corpse king with an ordinary appearance. He stared at Elder Mo with his scarlet eyes. You called me a rat? You are the same. Elder Mo narrowed his eyes. I'm well aware of your background. Back then you betrayed Wu Tian and hid here to find Wu Tian's relics. Elder Mo glared. Impudent. The darkness turned into the sky and smashed down, suppressing the person from the Thousand Faces game. The person from the Thousand Faces game grinned. The undying God sent me to greet you and give you a chance to join the Eternals. No one in the human race will forgive your past. Lu Yin moved his finger. Wu Tian's relics? This Elder Mo betrayed Wu Tian? Elder Mo snorted. This old man will not return to the origin space, nor will I rely on you monsters. Although he had been asleep for many years, he still knew about the outside world. He knew about the Six Directions Guild, the Lost Clan, and the Seven Sky Gods. The person from the Thousand Faces game growled and laughed. You hid here for so many years and called us monsters. Look at what kind of monsters you raised. They don't even have eyes. A rat like you is not allowed to speak nonsense. Elder Mo pointed, and the darkness pierced through the person's heart. His control over the darkness was too strong, and every attack was enough to instantly kill an ordinary progenitor. The person from the Thousand Faces game glanced at Lu Yin and Dan Pu. The two of them were trapped in the darkness and could not help him at all. He had to delay this person and wait for that lord to arrive. The darkness could not be broken through. This was a power on the same level as that lord, so he could only attack the main body directly. Another dark force pierced through the person from the Thousand Faces game. He was not afraid of pain since he was a corpse king. Pain, fear, despair, and so on. He did not have any of the negative emotions that humans had, but he could bring these emotions to humans. His scarlet eyes stared at Elder Mo Insider. As soon as he spoke, an invisible force spread out and swept through the darkness. It was like two different spacetimes that crossed each other without colliding with each other. Elder Mo frowned. An invisible force? This is your ancestral world? To be able to turn your innate gift into an ancestral world, your status in the Eternals should not be low. The person from the Thousand Faces game did not reply. The invisible force continued to gather until it finally turned into a huge, invisible form that charged at Elder Mo. Darkness gathered in front of Elder Mo, but it could not stop this force. Although this force was far from the level of the darkness that Elder Mo controlled, its form was different. No matter how strong the darkness was, it was the same if it could not touch it. Chapter 2757. As the person from the game of 1,000 Faces power swept out, Elder Mo's body swayed, and everything in front of him flickered. In the distance, Lu Yin and the others' figures appeared, and the sun-like godly power also appeared. This was an illusion. This is the power of consciousness. Elder Mo stared at the person. No wonder you could control those trash and use your own consciousness to replace theirs. The person suddenly looked at Lu Yin and Dan Pu. He wanted to control these two. They could not see as they were trapped in the darkness, but he could see. As long as he controlled them and grasped their power, it did not matter whether they could see or not. Dan Pu's body swayed as the person's consciousness tried to invade and replace her thoughts. However, the next moment the invading consciousness suddenly disappeared as it had been severed. The person stared at Dan Pu. How could this be? His power of consciousness had been severed? Did this person cultivate consciousness? Throughout the universe's countless parallel universes, He had come into contact with too many people and too many strange races, but there were very few who could cultivate consciousness. When had the lost clan cultivated consciousness? Suddenly he stared at Lu Yin. If Danpu had surprised him, then Lu Yin had shocked him. He could clearly sense that his consciousness had been suppressed. How was this possible? The person was stunned. This person was clearly only at the sixth origin tribulation, and using various methods to fight against progenitors was already quite exaggerated. It was rare, but now he even had consciousness. His consciousness was an innate gift that had been cultivated for many years. Although only a trace of it had invaded his thoughts, it was not something that an ordinary progenitor could resist, let alone a cultivator at the sixth origin tribulation. Why was this person's consciousness so tenacious? It was not strong but tenacious. This person's consciousness was quite tenacious, so much so that the person began to doubt himself. Lu Yin also felt strange at this moment. He had come into contact with a familiar power, and this power had allowed him to pass through the dice and enter that space. He could treat this power as a ball of light. Then should he fuse with it? He subconsciously wanted to fuse with it. However, if Lu Yin wanted to fuse with it, he would have to suppress the person's consciousness. This was the source of the suppression that the person felt. Lu Yin did not cultivate his consciousness, as this power was completely different from a domain or spiritual force. The outside world had never mentioned a cultivation method for this power, and he did not know that he was suppressing this power. He only knew that this power was very familiar, so familiar that he wanted to fuse with it. The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau looked deeply at Lu Yin and Danpu. What was going on with these two? It wasn't as if he had never tried to control a progenitor before. Humans, astral beasts, and even Eternals had all been controlled by his consciousness, but he had never succeeded in doing so. This was especially true for Lu Yin, who had almost taken his consciousness for himself. If he hadn't retreated in time, the consciousness that had invaded Lu Yin's mind would have been gone. Even if it was only a sliver, it was still the result of many years of cultivation. The people from the Thousand Faces game were a little afraid. It was no wonder that Lu Yin was valued by the Lord. Elder Imo was a little dizzy. The power of consciousness is indeed strange, but it's not enough to hurt me. Rat, you can die now. The man of 1,000 faces stared at the god power in the sky with his scarlet eyes. The red light of the god power turned into a long rainbow and was directly drawn to his body. Then outside the invisible form of power, a layer of red appeared, drawing red lines for his consciousness. At this moment his consciousness had completely changed. There was a qualitative change which caused Elder Mo's expression to change drastically. Once any power was fused with god power, it would no longer be ordinary. The clan knows that you're looking for Wu Tian's remnants in this space-time. It should be the power of the Heaven's Eye. When Wu Tian disappeared for a period of time and reappeared, the Heaven's Eye dimmed. He should have stripped the Heaven's Eye's power and left it somewhere right here, right? The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau asked. His voice was hoarse and low as he probed. Elder Imo sneered. There's only one Heaven's Eye and it died with Wu Tian. Where did it come from? Then what have you been looking for in this space-time for so many years? The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau controlled his consciousness and swept it towards Elder Imo. This time, Elder Imo didn't dare to take it head-on. He didn't even know how terrifying his consciousness was at this moment. On the other side, Lu Yin listened quietly. Only then did he realize that the power that had suddenly appeared was consciousness. Consciousness. He had fused with so many people through the Dai's enhance, and it could be considered cultivation. How was it possible to control him through consciousness? This person from the Thousand Faces Bureau could control others through consciousness, which meant that this power could be cultivated. Since Lu Yin could suppress this power, could he also cultivate like this person? Lu Yin hid this thought in the depths of his heart and took out the bone spur from his cosmic ring. These two people didn't try to hide their conversation and he had heard it as well. If the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau was right, then Elder Imo had betrayed Wu Tian and stayed in this spacetime to search for Wu Tian's Heaven's Eye. In that case, Lu Yin's bone spur might be able to find it. This was what the Void Master had said. When Lu Yin had obtained the bone spur, he had said that it might be able to help him find Wu Tian's Heaven's Eye. As soon as the bone spur appeared, Lu Yin didn't even have time to react before it rushed in a certain direction and quickly disappeared with Lu Yin. Danpu didn't know that Lu Yin was gone. He was still struggling in the darkness and slowly retreating, but he knew that it was useless no matter where he went. Elder Mo was on guard against consciousness, and the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau kept an eye on Elder Mo. Neither of them cared about Lu Yin's disappearance. As long as he was in this spacetime, Lu Yin would not be able to escape. This was Elder Mo's confidence. At his level, if he wanted to deal with someone, how could the other party escape by tearing through the void? This entire spacetime was under his control. Lu Yin was dragged by the bone spur and circled around before heading to the other side of the tenebrous domain. Lu Yin couldn't see where he was at all, and he allowed the bone spur to drag him along. Eventually he seemed to collide with something which was probably a piece of land. Not long after, the bone spur suddenly stopped, and Lu Yin smashed forward due to inertia. With his current strength, the ground shouldn't have been able to resist him at all, and he should have been smashed into pieces. However, not only did he not smash into the ground, but he was also hit by something that slammed into his waist. Lu Yin subconsciously reached out and grabbed an oval-shaped hard object. What is this? Suddenly, the oval-shaped hard object in his hand floated up and slowly approached him. Lu Yin's hand was still holding on to the item, and he could feel that it was getting closer to him. He tried to forcefully pull it away, but it seemed to be attracted by something on his body. It slowly drew closer to his face and then to his forehead. Finally, it stuck to the center of his forehead. Could it be that this was the legendary celestial eye? In the distance, Elder Mo used the power of darkness to attack the consciousness. Once the consciousness fused with the divine power, it was no longer untouchable. Now, the tenebrous domain was in a battle between the power of darkness and the consciousness. The people living on the tenebrous domain were running for their lives, wailing in despair. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the east, crossing through the dark spacetime. The light didn't weaken at all, and the power of darkness couldn't corrode it at all. Elder Mo looked over in shock. What was this? The person from the game of 1,000 Faces turned to the east. Lu Yin walked out from the ground, and there were two curved lines on his forehead that twisted and intersected with each other. At first glance, they looked like eyes. This was the celestial eye left behind by Wu Tian. He hadn't expected to obtain the celestial eye in the dark spacetime. The moment the celestial eye merged with his forehead, Lu Yin knew that it wasn't just the celestial eye. It was also a martial art. The celestial eye wasn't a real eye, but the source of martial arts. The so-called celestial eye of martial arts was indispensable. The celestial eye could see through camouflage. The laws were the orders of the law, and the laws were fixed. There was no fixed move, and the fixed move was used to break the non-move. The forehead was both the celestial eye and the source of martial arts. Any move, technique, or weapon usage would be absorbed by the source of martial arts and analyzed to break it. This was Wu Tian's power, Wu Tian's inheritance. The reason why Lu Yin was able to obtain it was because he had once viewed the sword steel of the Lu family in the astral tree realm, which was Wu Tian's stone steel. He had obtained the inheritance of He Lian's ability to break through many weapons, which was actually the tool-breaking technique of martial arts. It was precisely because he had obtained this technique that Lu Yin had been able to pass through the void gate and obtain the bone spike, which had allowed him to use the bone spike to find the celestial eye. It was only now that Lu Yin realized how great of an opportunity he had obtained when he had viewed the sword steel. The celestial eye's beam crossed the heavens and landed on Elder Mo's body. Lu Yin saw it, but his own eyes still couldn't see anything. Elder Mo's power wasn't something that could be broken just by obtaining the celestial eye, but the celestial eye wouldn't be blocked by Elder Mo either. This was something that Wu Tian had left behind. Lu Yin stared at Elder Mo and saw the latter's dumbfounded expression of disbelief. He also saw the hatred in his eyes grow stronger. Elder Mo had already guessed that Lu Yin had obtained the celestial eye. You obtained the celestial eye? Elder Mo's eyes widened and they turned red. The thousand-faced game master stared at Lu Yin with scarlet eyes. The celestial eye had been left behind by Wu Tian, and even the Eternals coveted it. This was why the thousand-faced game master had remained in this spacetime in order to compete with Elder Mo for it. Lu Yin used the celestial eye to observe Elder Mo and saw something that was completely different from usual. He saw that Elder Mo's terrifying dark power was simply a monster. If they were Denghua, then Elder Mo would be a prairie volcano that couldn't be compared. They were too weak against Elder Mo. Aside from that, Lu Yin also saw a strange power. Could that be a sequence particle? It was a power that surpassed ordinary progenitors and touched upon the universe's operating laws. It was a supreme power, and it was also a sequence particle that the hyperspace had always wanted to study. At that moment, Lu Yin saw it on Elder Mo's body. He didn't know how to describe it. Elder Mo was clearly a person, but he was in the darkness. He was the darkness, and the darkness was him. His body and the darkness merged together, forming a sense of order. This sense of order was connected by specks of darkness, forming a natural operation. It formed a law that shouldn't be broken at a glance. Elder Mo, on the other hand, was under this law, but he had touched upon it. You actually obtained the celestial eye? Elder Mo seemed to have gone mad, and his entire body erupted with unimaginable power. The darkness was unrestrained, causing the entire dark spacetime to be overturned. Chapter 2758. Lu Yin was shocked. Through the heaven's eye, he could see that Elder Mo had mobilized those particles, causing darkness to descend and devour everything. This was the power that he should have. Elder Mo had gone completely mad. He had been in the dark spacetime for countless years, ever since the era of the Above Heaven sect, all for the sake of searching for the heaven's eye. He had paid a great price, but he had still not found it. Now it had been obtained by a little rat that had just arrived. What angered him even more was that this little rat had wanted to escape, but he had not allowed him to. This little rat from the Lu family. You're courting death. Elder Mo roared, and the darkness deepened, suppressing everything except for the heaven's eye's light. The more this was so, the more Elder Mo felt indignant. He knew how powerful Wu Tian's heaven's eye was, and it was precisely because of it that Wu Tian was as famous as the Grim Reaper and Fate, becoming one of the three realms. The Grim Reaper created death chi, and Fate could see the future. Only Wu Tian cultivated the progenitor astral source, which was nothing special. However, such an ordinary person had created Wu Tian's heaven's eye, which was on par with the Grim Reaper and Fate. It had broken through all methods of using weapons and opened up a new era for humans. It had been widely used, and it had become a pioneer for humans. No, he had to obtain Wu Tian's heaven's eye. Elder Mo ignored the person in the Thousand Faces game and transformed into darkness, instantly arriving in front of Lu Yin. He did not dare to use too much strength, as he was afraid that he would kill Lu Yin and cause the heaven's eye to disappear again. The heaven's eye had a power that prevented him from finding it, and that was Wu Tian's punishment. Perhaps he could only snatch the heaven's eye from this person. The more Elder Mo thought about it, the more he felt that this person had appeared not to compete with him for the heaven's eye, but rather to help him obtain it. Lu Yin watched as Elder Mo appeared. That unbelievable power was not something that he could contend against. The only thing he could do was take out the Eternal Darkness card and take a gamble. It was impossible to use the card to lure Elder Mo in. Lu Yin entered the card first, and Elder Mo followed without hesitation. Did the Lost Clan have a card that could trap him? Unless that old fellow from the Lost Clan appeared, no one else could. The Eternal Darkness card was a 7-star archaic card, and in theory, it could kill a progenitor. However, unless Lu Yin was on the same level as Elder Mo, it would be difficult to deal with him. More importantly, the trap of the Eternal Darkness card was the same as Elder Mo's power, which was to prevent others from seeing the light. How could this kind of power defeat Elder Mo? When Elder Mo entered the Eternal Darkness card, he couldn't help but mock. You actually want to use the same power to deal with this old man? Son of the Lu clan, you are even more stupid than Lu Bujing. Lu Yin had no other choice, as he had only wanted to buy some time. However, after entering the Eternal Darkness card, he discovered that the particles that connected Elder Mo to time and space no longer existed. What was going on? Could it be that this card can isolate sequence particles? Yes, this was a 7-star ancient card. According to the Division of Human Cultivation, this card was likely to correspond to the peak of humanity. It might not correspond to ancestors or Grand Empyreans, but it should at least correspond to the 3 realms and 6 Dao level. It wasn't impossible for a card of that level to isolate sequence particles. After entering, Elder Mo also realized that something was amiss. The power that he was so proud of, which was infinitely close to martial heaven, was actually useless. What kind of card is this? Lu Yin held the slipper in his hand and took a step forward, slamming it down on the man's head. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, this card was equivalent to limiting Elder Mo's greatest strength. Although the current Elder Mo was also incomparably powerful and wasn't someone that Lu Yin could deal with one-on-one, at least he didn't feel despair. After realizing that he couldn't use his peak strength, Elder Mo's vigilance immediately increased. In this space of absolute darkness, Lu Yin could see with his heaven's eye, but Elder Mo could also see with his own body. Although the darkness isolated the light, the darkness was equivalent to his arms and limbs, and he could sense all movements. Do you really think that you can defeat me with your methods? Little rat of the Lu clan, you think too highly of yourself. Not only did Elder Mo avoid the slap of the slipper, but he also instantly appeared behind Lu Yin. He pointed a finger forward, but the void retreated in an inverted cone shape and pulled Lu Yin back. This kind of finger force that compressed the void and formed a charging force was abnormally powerful. Lu Yin used reverse steps and disrupted spacetime to escape. Elder Mo was surprised. Reverse steps. No wonder you could obtain the Heaven's Eye. You obtained the power of Wu Xing. After saying that, his figure flickered and he also used reverse steps to disrupt the void without affecting time. Compared to his attainments in reverse steps, Lu Yin was clearly stronger. You actually disrupted spacetime? Elder Mo exclaimed. Lu Yin looked back. Old monster, did you betray Wu Tian? Can you believe the words of an eternal? If Wu Tian finds out that you're working together with a corpse king, he'll definitely clean you up. Elder Mo sneered. He raised a hand and the darkness condensed and suppressed from all directions. A familiar feeling washed over Lu Yin. It was the same feeling that Lu Yin and Dan Pu had felt when they had been robbed of their light. However, Elder Mo should not be robbing them of their light at this moment. His strength could not conceal the Heaven's Eye, so his current attack would definitely be an attack on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin stared at Elder Mo and the Heaven's Eye flickered. Elder Mo's actions extended infinitely and connected to the Heaven's Eye. In an instant, Lu Yin clearly saw all of Elder Mo's actions, and a clear feeling caused his mind to turn cold. He continuously analyzed Elder Mo's actions. This was Wu Fa. Using the Heaven's Eye to analyze Wu Fa, this was the complete Wu Fa Heaven's Eye. Elder Mo's level was extremely high, but he had not touched upon the level of the sequence particles within the card. Although he was a peak progenitor at this moment, far surpassing Lu Yin, Dan Pu and the others, he was still analyzed by Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye. Lu Yin used reverse steps. Although the darkness was clearly enveloping him from all directions, he still managed to avoid it. He avoided it from an impossible angle. And this angle had been analyzed from Elder Mo's actions. Elder Mo was shocked. He had actually avoided it? His gaze burned. This was the power of Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye. He could find possibilities from the impossible and see through all flaws. Even if this person was at the 6th origin tribulation stage, he could still find the flaws of a powerhouse like Elder Mo. How could he not be greedy for such power? He had betrayed Wu Tian for this power, and this was a power that he had dreamed of obtaining. With his current strength, once he obtained Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye, he would become a second Wu Tian. Even if Wu Tian had been alive, he might not have been able to defeat Lu Yin. Hand over Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye, Elder Mo barked. Sink. The darkness collapsed and Lu Yin stared at Elder Mo. This was the ancestral world. The entire eternal darkness card had collapsed and there was nowhere to hide. Lu Yin shouted, "Old freak, if you dare to kill me, I'll destroy Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye first." Elder Mo sneered. You can destroy Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye? Lu Yin took out the bone spur. This was the one that led me to Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye. Came from the Void God spacetime. Didn't you know that Wu Tian and the Void God were good friends? Elder Mo stared at the bone spike as darkness twisted around it. There was no mistake. This was indeed Wu Tian's power. He had also seen it when Wu Fa had been dragged away. This was it. For a moment he could not be sure. Lu Yin aimed the bone spike at his forehead. At worst we'll just die together. If I die, you can forget about obtaining Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye. Elder Mo stared at Lu Yin. Do you want to die? Nope. Hand over Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye and I'll let you live. Lu Yin mocked. Old freak, you're smart, but I'm not stupid. Do you think I'll believe you? You have no other choice, Elder Mo said coldly. Lu Yin shook his head. I have a choice. Let me go. You're joking. Elder Mo stepped forward and Lu Yin went on guard. Darkness surged from behind him and Lu Yin turned around and struck out with a palm. A blackish-purple substance spread out as he visualized the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. His palm struck out and the void exploded. He had long since prepared for this. Elder Emo would not allow him to threaten him, and he would definitely have various methods. Elder Emo did not expect Lu Yin to be able to block the attack of the darkness. The power of the attack was not too strong, so it would not injure the Heaven's Eye, but it was not too weak either. It should have been able to cause this kid to lose his ability to fight, but Lu Yin had actually blocked it. How did you learn it? Lu Yin raised his hand and waved it. I learned it. Elder Emo exclaimed. The Third Mainland's ancient Tao master created a unique cultivation method. With a mortal body he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a progenitor. However, only he and Hen Xian succeeded in cultivating that power. You actually succeeded as well. I have to say that the Lu family has produced a genius. Your talent is definitely not below Lu Tianyi's. With such talent it would be a pity if you died. Hand over Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye, and I can swear that I won't touch you. In fact, I can even promise to do something for you as long as you hand it over. Lu Yin was tempted. Really? Absolutely. Elder Mo's eyes blazed. He could pay a lot for Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Let me think about it. Elder Emo frowned. What are you thinking about? The higher one's cultivation, the less likely they are to swear. Especially at my level, an oath involves karma. It involves a level that you can't understand. Unless it's absolutely necessary, no one will easily make a promise. Lu Yin shook his head. But at your level, that kind of karma can be broken, right? Elder Mo's eyes widened. Broken? That involves the laws of the universe. Hasn't your darkness power reached that level as well? Lu Yin asked. Elder Emo looked deeply at Lu Yin. Seems that you know a lot, kid. When Lu Tianyi was your age, he was far from your strength. However, you only know one thing. Even if the laws of the universe can be broken, the price to pay is not small. It's enough to make a cultivator at my level become the enemy of the current universe. There are some universes that you can't enter as you wish, nor can you interfere with the laws of the universe as you wish. You know too little. At this moment, the person from the Thousand Faces game entered. The habitual darkness did not bother him, and he directly swept his consciousness towards Elder Emo. He was afraid that Elder Emo would snatch Lu Yin's Heaven's Eye. The reason why he stayed in this spacetime was also for the Heaven's Eye. No matter what, he could not leave this battle. He had to stall for time. Lu Yin did not expect the person from the Thousand Faces game to suddenly enter. Could it be that this Corpse King also wanted to snatch the Heaven's Eye? Otherwise, he should have fought with Elder Emo. There was no time to think too much. Since he had entered, Lu Yin would not be polite. Chapter 2759. You're courting death. Elder Emo attacked the person from the Thousand Faces game. The fusion of ideologies and divine power made him fearful, especially when he couldn't use the power of rules in this card. But even so what? He was one of the 12 Heavenly Gate sect masters from the era of the sect above heaven, a powerful ancestor who had survived until now. The ideology of fusing divine power indeed made him wary, but it was not difficult to avoid it. Elder Emo stepped backwards, and the people in the Thousand Faces game could not find him at all. Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out, and a ray of darkness wrapped in sword light flashed past. The head of the person in the Thousand Faces game tilted, and a huge wound appeared where his neck connected to his shoulder. This was a sword wound. Lu Yin was surprised. Finger sword technique? Elder Emo sneered. You have some knowledge. After saying that, he put his index and middle fingers together and pointed out. The sword light swept towards the person in the Thousand Faces game. The person in the Thousand Faces game was an Ancestor Realm Corpse King. His physical strength was extremely powerful. Although he could not compare to a powerful Corpse King that had used Corpse King transformation, he was still much stronger than a human Ancestor Realm expert of the same realm. Even so, he was still easily injured by the finger sword technique. Elder Mo's attainments in the finger sword technique were extremely high, or rather his attainments in the sword Dao were extremely high. This was the second time that Lu Yin had seen the finger sword technique. The first time had been with Lu Song, who had been the Undying Deity's half-ancestor clone. This sword technique used the fingers as a substitute and was extremely sharp. It was not inferior to any real sword attack, and Elder Mo's finger sword technique's destructive power was unparalleled. He stepped backward and raised his finger as a sword. Streaks of sword light shot out. Most of the people in the game of 1,000 Faces dodged, but there were still dozens of streaks of sword light that landed on him. His body was covered in wounds and he looked extremely miserable. And ideology could not capture Elder Emo at all. Elder Emo had relied on his own strength to easily suppress the person from the game of 1,000 Faces and Lu Yin in this card that couldn't use nomological powers. His level of strength was too high. If Lu Yin had been a progenitor, then with his celestial eye and reversal step, the finger sword technique would not have been able to harm him. However, he was not a progenitor and sometimes, power was just that unreasonable. Even if he could see it, it was useless. He had to be able to avoid it. With reverse steps he could avoid some of them, but he couldn't avoid all of them. The result wouldn't be much better than the people in the game of 1,000 Faces. Taking advantage of Elder Mo's heavy injuries, Lu Yin took out the Grim Reaper's left arm, gripped Go Lien tightly and faced Elder Emo head-on. Elder Emo suddenly stared at Lu Yin, his expression changing drastically. The power of the Grim Reaper? How much power have you cultivated? Lu Yin did not answer him. Instead, the black deathly aura slashed across the card world. On the other side, the consciousness slammed into Elder Emo, sealing off his path of retreat. Without any hesitation, Elder Emo raised his other hand. Infinite finger sword technique. Countless sword lights slashed out, clashing head-on with the death god's slash. The sharp sword lights continuously shattered, accompanied by scattered death chi. Elder Emo did not allow himself to be surrounded by the two forces and only attacked one. Compared to God Force, he was more willing to deal with death chi. The Grim Reaper was as famous as Wu Tian, but the sole true god was above everything and was as famous as the primogenitor. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he could feel the death god's cleave being continuously depleted. Elder Mo's finger sword technique emitted countless sword lights, and no matter how powerful the death god's cleave was, it would still be worn down. He had no choice but to leave the eternal darkness immediately. He wasn't Elder Mo's match in the card world, so he might be able to escape from the dark space-time. The moment Lu Yin left eternal darkness, he was surrounded by darkness. He raised a hand and used his finger sword technique. Wu Fei's celestial eye was just that tyrannical. He could clearly see battle techniques and instantly learn them, and he could even find flaws in them. Lu Yin's own sword techniques were extremely high, and the 13 swords had raised his level to the point where he could easily cultivate the finger sword technique. However, it was still not enough to tear apart the darkness. The difference between him and Elder Emo was too great. Even if Nong Yi and Lu Yun from the Divine Seal catalog were to act, they would still be unable to. They could not instantly break through the darkness. As long as he could not instantly break through the darkness, he would not be able to escape from Elder Emo, as the darkness was endless. Lu Yin suddenly thought that if he had not obtained the Eternal Darkness card, but the Lost Clan's other 7-star Ancient card, the Aurora card, he would have had an advantage against Elder Emo. The Death God's cleave was forcefully torn apart by the infinite finger sword technique, and Elder Emo looked at Lu Yin. Child of the Lu family, leave your celestial eye behind and I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Yin looked behind Elder Emo and his consciousness approached. Think of a way to make me believe you. Elder Emo snorted and stepped backwards towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw that his consciousness could not approach Elder Emo, so he could only leave the card. Darkness wrapped around his feet and he could not escape, so he could only leave with Elder Emo. He really wanted to keep Elder Emo in the Eternal Darkness. With the characteristics of the Eternal Darkness card, he might be able to trap him for a while. After Lu Yin and Elder Emo left the card, he hurriedly released the people from the 1,000 Faces game. If they did not work together, they would not be able to deal with Elder Emo. The people from the 1,000 Faces game were already in tatters. The moment they came out, they immediately absorbed the divine power. The divine power was like the sun hanging above the dark domain. At this moment, the red light was drawn to his body. Not only did he repair himself, but he was also fusing with his consciousness. Elder Emo frowned. He had to deal with this corpse king first. After leaving the card, the particles appeared once more. Lu Yin could clearly see with his celestial eye that the current Elder Emo had once again transformed into a colossus, an unparalleled colossus. The particles seemed to have formed naturally and were difficult to shake, as only Elder Emo himself could move them. Darkness descended once again. Lu Yin was helpless. He could not win at all. Up until now, Elder Emo was not even injured. This old monster. If the era of the above sky sect in the origin space had not been shattered, Lu Yin could not imagine how powerful the leaders of the 12 Elysian Gates were. He could not imagine how powerful the powerhouses who had surpassed the 12 Elysian Gates were, such as the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 3 realms and the 6 Daoists of that era. With a direct comparison, Lu Yin finally understood how powerful the 7 sky gods were. The ancestral Mang had also survived from that era until now. It was incomparably powerful, but it still could not deal with the undying god. It could only hold it in place. This was the 7 sky gods. The 7 sky gods were old monsters, and Elder Mo was also an old monster. The sun-like divine power moved. It was no longer the red light that was being drawn, but the entire divine power was being drawn by the people from the Thousand Faces game. They collided with Elder Mo. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and found Dan Pu's card in the darkness. He moved the spatial lines and appeared beside the card. He grabbed it and then found Dan Pu. Ever since Elder Mo made them unable to see the light, Dan Pu had been crippled. Without the card, his battle power had been reduced by half. If he could not see the light, he did not dare to move. It was meaningless. He might as well stay where he was and guard the space. When Lu Yin appeared, Dan Pu instinctively attacked. "It's me," Lu Yin growled. Dan Pu stopped and warned, "Don't move." Lu Yin was speechless. "What's the difference?" He handed the card to Dan Pu. Dan Pu felt the card and hurriedly took it. She was surprised. "You found it." She had thought that the card was gone and felt her heart ache. "Let's leave quickly." Lu Yin tore through the void and tried to escape again. However, the darkness was all-pervasive. This space-time was under Elder Mo's control, and there was no way to escape. Elder Mo avoided the divine power. What a waste of time. I'll let you experience true darkness. Great dark sky. With a rumble, Elder Mo growled. The originally dark space-time suddenly shook. Immediately after, the sky above their heads descended. The dark sky replaced the stars and pressed down on the entire dark space-time. Lu Yin was shocked. "Old monster, if you attack again, I'll destroy my celestial eye." Elder Mo sneered. He could not use the great dark sky inside the card and could only be threatened by Lu Yin. However, the great dark sky had already descended and it was too late. In the world of darkness, only I am supreme. In an instant, everyone in the dark space-time collapsed. Their bodies were invaded by the darkness. Whether it was their consciousness or their physical body, they sank into the darkness. Whether it was humans, creatures, or even stars, they all sank into the darkness in an instant. It was as if time had stopped. Lu Yin, Dan Pu, and the people from the Thousand Faces game were no exception. They all collapsed, unable to resist. Only the divine power was still floating. No matter how strong the darkness was, it could not swallow the divine power. The divine power was like a sun floating in the darkness. As the people from the Thousand Faces game fell, it floated aimlessly. Elder Mo glanced at the fallen Lu Yin and looked at the divine power. "No home. It's good to stay here. Let the Six Paths Guild think that it was the eternal race who did it." He looked around. There's no need to stay in this dark space-time. With that, he headed in Lu Yin's direction. He did not kill Dan Pu or the people from the Thousand Faces game. These two represented the Lost Tribe and the Eternal Race. They would be useful at critical moments. Lu Yin was even more so. He wanted to obtain the Celestial Eye first. When he obtained the Celestial Eye and became the new Wu Tian, he would have nothing to fear. As he thought about it, Elder Mo became more and more excited. He got closer and closer to Lu Yin. At this moment, the divine power that was floating aimlessly suddenly flew towards Lu Yin. The moment the person from the Thousand Faces game fell, the divine power in his body was absorbed by the sun-like divine power. His consciousness also dissipated because there was no one to control it. This was also why Elder Mo thought that the divine power had no home. Could not find a person to merge with. But no one expected that there would be divine power in Lu Yin's body. Although it was only a little, it was like a lighthouse. To the sun-like divine power, this little bit of divine power was the symbol. It rushed towards Lu Yin without hesitation. Elder Mo sensed the divine power rushing towards him and hurriedly dodged. He immediately looked at the person from the Thousand Faces game. He had clearly fainted, so how could he still attack? No, it wasn't him. The divine power did not attack Elder Mo. Instead, it followed him and rushed towards Lu Yin. Elder Mo saw it and was shocked. He hurriedly tried to stop it. However, the divine power made him apprehensive. The terror of the only true God was deeply imprinted in his heart. He did not even dare to touch it. The divine power successfully smashed into Lu Yin. Elder Emo stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Why did the divine power rush towards him? It was not an attack but more like merging with him? Wasn't this child from the Lu family? He had the power of the Lu family and cultivated the power of the Grim Reaper and the power of the ancient Pathmaster. How could he be related to divine power? He stared at Lu Yin and approached him step by step. What happened to this child? The dark starry sky was silent. All the creatures were sleeping. Only Elder Emo approached Lu Yin step by step. He could hear the sound of his heart beating. He was afraid. That's right, he was afraid. He was afraid that Lu Yin would be killed by the divine power. He was afraid that the celestial eye would be destroyed by the divine power. This was his long-cherished wish for countless years. It was clearly within reach, so he could not lose it. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. The more worried he was, the more he did not dare to approach, afraid that he would see a scene that he did not want to see. The sound of his heartbeat grew louder and louder. Wait, Elder Mo's gaze turned cold. This was not the sound of his heart beating but his? Chapter 2760. At this time Lu Yin, who had fallen, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up straight. His heartbeat was like the evening drum and morning bell, growing louder and more powerful. He stared at Elder Emo with lifeless eyes as if he was still sleeping. Elder Emo stared at Lu Yin, Lu family's son Yu. Suddenly, the divine power in Lu Yin's body erupted and swept out in all directions. Elder Emo retreated vigilantly. Lu Yin let out a low roar as if in pain, but also as if he was venting his joy. His lifeless eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and as he released his divine power, his entire body turned red. A black line drooped down from his left eye, and his hair billowed like a sea of qi. The vigorous divine power turned into a cloak that stretched endlessly, as if it wanted to split open the dark sky. His clothes shattered and red stripes appeared on his arms. A black-red cloud appeared in front of his chest, as if floating above a red sea of qi. At this moment, Lu Yin seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood. With himself as the center, red light spread out in all directions, creating ripples that formed a vertical blood-red lake. Elder Emo stared blankly. What was going on? The person in front of him was completely different from before. Not only had the nature of his power changed, even his appearance had changed greatly. Lu Yin did not know if he was awake or dreaming. He only knew that killing intent spread in his mind, replacing all thoughts. Kill, kill, kill. He wanted to kill this person in front of him. He had endless power to vent. He wanted to vent madly. Taking a step forward, the starry sky seemed to be trampled on. Lu Yin waved his right hand, and the red cloak fluttered in the air as he slammed his palm towards Elder Emo. Divine power condensed in his palm, bringing with it a power that even Elder Emo could not see clearly. He did not know if this power was strong or weak, but he was sure that it was divine power. Since it was divine power, he could not take it head-on. Elder Emo hurriedly dodged, but Lu Yin followed closely behind, raising his palm high. No matter where Elder Emo dodged, Lu Yin would appear there. Elder Mo's body merged with the darkness, constantly flashing and disappearing. Lu Yin stepped on the lines of space and also flashed and disappeared. The two appeared and disappeared in the dark space. Other than them, no one else saw this scene. Lu Yin's palm struck out, but it was still quite a distance away from Elder Emo. Elder Emo heaved a sigh of relief and took a step forward to avoid the attack. However, Lu Yin seemed to be able to see through his movements. His palm locked onto the spot where Elder Emo was about to appear. At the center of his palm, a long rainbow pierced through spacetime like a bridge that spanned across the starry sky. One end was in Lu Yin's palm while the other landed on Elder Mo's body. Elder Mo's eyes reflected the rainbow of divine power. The rainbow of divine power smashed fiercely onto his body, sending him flying. Along the way he smashed through countless stars and lands, tore apart the dark spacetime, and brought out an incomparably enormous void world rift. After that palm strike, the divine power covering Lu Yin's body quickly receded, and the patterns on his arms faded away. Behind him, the cloak of divine power disappeared, and his hair slowly fell back to its normal state. His entire body was devoid of strength, and he swayed before collapsing to the ground. Far away, Elder Emo roared as he walked out of the starry sky. Blood seeped out from the surface of his body. He was injured. Fortunately, it was not serious, but he was indeed injured. Even at his level, he was still injured. This made him extremely angry. What's wrong with that kid? What was that strange change? Seeing that Lu Yin had collapsed, his divine power should have been gone. Elder Emo took a step forward and approached Lu Yin. He wanted to give him a stab, but this kid wouldn't die, right? His heaven's eye. Thinking of this, he hurried over. Suddenly, his body paused and he slowly looked to the side. At some point, a figure had stood there looking very lazy. However, this figure caused Elder Mo's expression to change drastically. Let me see. Really is you, old friend. How long has it been since we last met? You've improved a lot. When Elder Emo heard this, his expression became unprecedentedly serious. Why, don't you remember me? The figure approached. It was the Undying God, one of the 7 sky gods. Elder Emo clenched his fists, his gaze sinister. Wuxia, the Undying God's eyelids drooped as if he had never woken up. A familiar name. I'm not called Wuxia anymore. I'm called the Undying God. Why are you here? Elder Mo's tone was gloomy. The Undying God sighed. I didn't want to either. Someone told me that you were awake, so I came. After all, only you know the whereabouts of the Heaven's Eye. By the way, I saw a few old friends some time ago. One of them is your best friend, the Eastern Mountain Tea King. Do you want me to tell you where he is? Elder Emo suddenly attacked and darkness swept out, wanting to engulf the Undying God. Wuxia, stop pretending. Die. The Undying God had a headache. It's coming again. Killing is the most troublesome. The darkness swallowed the Undying God. Elder Emo did not attack him again. Instead, he appeared beside Lu Yin and threw him into the distance. What are you doing? The Undying God's voice sounded in his ears. Elder Emo turned around and a dark barrier appeared in front of him. The Undying God's gaze was lazy, but there was a bone-chilling coldness in the depths of his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed. You didn't forget this move, right? I taught you the finger sword technique. The sword light swept out, breaking through the dark barrier and brushing past Elder Mo's shoulder, causing a trace of blood. Elder Mo's body was covered in darkness. The corner of the Undying God's mouth curled up. I like to fall. I can sleep for a long time. On the other side, Dan Pu suddenly woke up. He did not know how he woke up, but he felt a bone-piercing cold. He could see, but in this dark space-time, there was not much difference between seeing and not seeing. The moment he woke up, Lu Yin's body came crashing down. He subconsciously caught it. In the distance, the darkness fell. Dan Pu was shocked. He did not dare to hesitate and dragged Lu Yin towards the space-time door. After being unable to tear through space-time to escape twice, he did not dare to do so again. Far away, Elder Emo knew about the movements in the dark space-time. Seeing that Dan Pu did not tear through space-time to escape, but instead headed towards the space-time door, he became anxious. He deliberately threw Lu Yin to Dan Pu. When the Undying God appeared, he could not even take care of himself. He was afraid that Lu Yin would be destroyed by the Undying God and cause the Heaven's Eye to disappear, so he could only do this. He had to let this kid escape and find him in the future. Who would have thought that Dan Pu would not dare to tear through the void and escape through the space-time door? You're distracted. The Undying God appeared beside him and raised his finger to point at his head. Elder Emo also raised his finger. The finger sword technique collided and sword light swept across, cutting through the void. Dan Pu turned back and saw the dark void being cut into pieces. This kind of power made his scalp go numb. He would definitely die if he was caught in it. Right now, he only wanted to escape as far away as possible. Elder Emo was worried that the Undying God would target Lu Yin. Seeing that the Undying God was not paying attention to Lu Yin, he heaved a sigh of relief. Wuxia, do you really think I can't kill you? The great dark sky is mine alone. After passing through the space-time door, Dan Pu stumbled out. He looked back and then headed towards the next space-time without hesitation. He could not hesitate. He could not hesitate at all. Tearing through space-time was not reliable in front of such a powerhouse. At this moment he finally saw a normal light. Looking at the starry sky, he suddenly felt enlightened. The starry sky was also dark, but this was a normal starry sky. He could see planets and battlefields, but it was so familiar. The dark space-time was too terrifying. It was lucky to not die after encountering such an old monster. When he returned to the clan, he had to complain to the Great Elder. He had almost died because of this kid. If not for this kid, he would not have to return to the dark spacetime. After passing through a spacetime, he went to the next spacetime and then another. After reaching the third parallel spacetime, Dan Pu wanted to tear through the void and leave, but Lu Yin stopped him. There's no need. They can't catch up. Lu Yin's voice was weak. He did not remember what had happened to him. He only knew that his mind was filled with killing intent. He felt like he was about to collapse, but he did not use much of his strength. Dan Pu let go of Lu Yin and sized him up. Are you all right? Lu Yin shook his head. Thank you for saving me, senior. I'm fine. Dan Pu heaved a sigh of relief. You're welcome. The clan asked me to keep an eye on you. But you actually provoked such an old monster. It's lucky that you didn't die. I almost died with you. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I didn't know it would be like this. The intelligence did not indicate that such an old monster existed in the dark spacetime. Dan Pu gritted his teeth. You can't believe the intelligence. It's impossible for the Six Directions Association to know all the parallel spacetime, especially a strange place like the dark spacetime. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. You helped me find the card. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Thinking of this, Lu Yin's face turned red. In fact, he did not help much in the battle in the dark spacetime. The number of times he helped was far less than the Eternals in the Game of 1,000 Faces. Lu Yin was confused. Senior, how did we leave the dark spacetime? Where is that old monster? Dan Pu shook his head. I don't know. There was a great battle in the distance. You were inexplicably pushed here by some force. I just happened to take you away. If we hesitate any longer, both of us will die there. Lu Yin looked back. His memory was fuzzy and he was half asleep. He did not know what had happened. Did an opponent that the old monster feared appear? Go. Find the place where the intelligence gathers and explain the dark spacetime. No one else can go there. Dan Pu said. Lu Yin suddenly remembered the cultivators of the Six Directions Association who were fighting in the dark spacetime. Dan Pu said, this is fate. They may live or they may die. There is no other way. If you want to reach the peak, you must experience this. There are many of my lost clansmen there and I can't save them. That's why I need to find the place where the intelligence gathers and ask Great Elder to go. It's best if you can make it in time. Lu Yin nodded. At present, this spacetime was as ordinary as the miniature spirit spacetime. There was a half-step ancestor here called the flowing spacetime. It was easy for them to find the place where the intelligence gathers. Not long after, Limitless and Bodhi Sage looked serious. They did not expect such a great battle to occur in the dark spacetime. The Six Directions Association did not know much about the dark spacetime. Please ask Great Elder to go to the dark spacetime. There are many of my lost clansmen there. Dan Pu told Bodhi Sage. Bodhi Sage did not hesitate and immediately sent the information to the lost clan. It was good that Great Elder Dangu went. He could see what was going on there. Please tell me everything that happened, no matter how big or small. Bodhi Sage sent a message. Lu Yin was weak, so he left it to Dan Pu. Before that, he asked Dan Pu to help him hide the fact that he had obtained the Heaven's Eye. Dan Pu agreed without hesitation. Chapter 2761. The Hexagon Society was just an alliance of 6 parallel spacetimes. They were not relatives, so there was no need for them to share any secrets. The Lost Clan was still repulsed by the Hexagon Society. They only talked about Elder Mo's identity. As for why Elder Mo had stayed in the dark spacetime, they did not say anything. The reason Elder Mo had been lured out was that Anjio was afraid of death. Although Bodhi Sage felt that some things were wrong, she did not pursue the matter. Whether it was Dan Pu or Lu Yin, she could not force them, not even the Hexagon Society. After ending the call with Bodhi Sage, Lu Yin and Anjio rested in the flowing spacetime. Compared to the battle in the dark spacetime, the flowing spacetime was too safe and comfortable. A few days later, Lu Yin's body recovered and he moved his arm. He still had to continue looking for Wendy Yushan. The dark spacetime was already like this, and there was also the even more dangerous gourd spacetime and the distant platinum spacetime. When are you leaving the endless battlefield? I heard that you lit up 2 green lights, Dan Pu asked. Lu Yin replied, it's very difficult. Dashi Kong should have lit up the green light because Qing Kong's whereabouts are unknown. The neighboring dark spacetime has also become like this, so it won't be that easy to leave. Dan Pu sympathized. You're really unlucky to have met that old monster. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He was not that unlucky. Anjio had only awakened that old monster's power. What had truly awakened that old monster was the golden light of the God Sealing Catalogue. However, if that old monster had not awakened and had not experienced this great battle, Lu Yin would not have obtained the Heaven's Eye. Lu Yin touched his forehead as he thought about this. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Normally, no trace of the Heaven's Eye could be seen. It would only appear when it was used. That old monster cared so much about the Heaven's Eye. If he had not died in the dark spacetime, he would definitely have come looking for Lu Yin. This was a huge problem. When Dan Pu chatted with Lu Yin, she tried to find out why the clan cared so much about Lu Yin, but Lu Yin would not tell her. More than 10 days passed and Lu Yin and the others received the results of the dark spacetime. Congratulations, Dao Lord Lu. Due to the great battle, the dark spacetime was fragmented and the Eternals took the initiative to retreat. Therefore that spacetime lit up the green light. According to your description and Senior Shangu's observation in the dark spacetime, the most power left at the scene came from Dao Lord Lu. Therefore, Dao Lord Lu, the green light in the dark spacetime will be counted in your contributions. This was the news sent by Bodhi Saint. Dan Pu was very excited when he saw this news. As long as Lu Yin left, he would no longer need to keep an eye on him. With his understanding of the endless battlefield, he would definitely be able to survive until he left. The Battle of the Lost Clan was like this. The war in the dark spacetime was not suitable for the Lost Clan. From the beginning to the end, he had not even revealed the power of the card, so his own strength was limited. He could leave at any time, but Wendy Yushan was stuck in the endless battlefield. How could he leave? Dao Master Lu, why do you look so unhappy? You can leave now. Shan Pu said. Lu Yin frowned. I can't leave. Dan Pu was puzzled. Why? He had a bad premonition. Sure enough, when Lu Yin told her about Wendy Yushan, Dan Pu cursed, the Shaoyin divinity, that despicable bastard. How could he do something like that? How disgusting. That bastard never changed. If I had known this would happen, I would have asked the Great Elder to kill him. Lu Yin was puzzled. Kill him? Does Divine Master Shaoyin have a grudge against the Lost Clan? Dan Pu sneered. It's more than a grudge. He was almost killed by the Lost Clan. When the reincarnation spacetime came into contact with the Lost Clan, it was not a big deal. The Great Elder only needed to go to the reincarnation spacetime to communicate. However, the Shaoyin divinity instigated a war between the two spacetimes. Because of this, the Lost Clan lost two powerhouses with a single surname. One of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime was also buried in our spacetime. The Shaoyin divinity is a despicable bastard. He covets the power of the Lost Clan's card, so he provoked the reincarnation spacetime to attack the Lost Clan. The Great Elder said that he might have other plans. In short, this bastard has the worst reputation in the Lost Clan. If possible, the Lost Clan would never want to have anything to do with him. Lu Yin remembered the first time he had caused the card to react. He had said that he wanted to get rid of the Shaoyin divinity. At that time he had thought that it was because he had revealed himself. Could it be that it was related to the Shaoyin divinity? The entire Lost Clan hated and even hated the Shaoyin divinity. They had cursed him, but no matter how much they cursed, they could not change the fact that the Shaoyin divinity had forced Lu Yin to stay in the endless battlefield. The great battle in the dark spacetime had made Lu Yin deeply aware of the Shaoyin divinity's sinister nature. The dark spacetime was already like this. Although Elder Mo had unexpectedly appeared, who could guarantee that there were no hidden old monsters like Elder Mo in other parallel spacetimes? Even without Elder Mo, the dark spacetime still had people from the Game of 1,000 Faces. In the few battlefields that he had been to, there were at least 3 progenitors from the Eternal Clan, and this was only the peripheral battlefield. In the Gourd spacetime, it was said that there were more than 6 progenitors fighting each other. It was truly a progenitor's life and death grinder. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. The Shaoyin divinity's move was brilliant. He had not done anything to Lu Yin openly, but he had used the endless battlefield to get rid of Lu Yin silently. He had even made Lu Yin contribute to the human race. Dan Pu panted heavily and looked at Lu Yin apprehensively. Are you really going to look for Wendy Yushan? Lu Yin nodded. He's my family. Dan Pu opened her mouth to persuade him, but she could not say anything. The word family was like a huge mountain that everyone had to carry. This mountain was there to shield them from the wind and rain, but it was also there for them to carry. No one could casually abandon their family. The Lost Clan was no exception. Or rather, the Lost Clan cared more about family ties. Dan Pu patted Lu Yin's shoulder. If we can leave the endless battlefield alive, I'll definitely help you curse the Xiaoyin divinity to death. Lu Yin was speechless. He had thought that Dan Pu would say something impassioned. Curse him to death? There were so many people in the Above Heaven sect. If each of them said something, Lu Yin would definitely curse the Xiaoyin divinity without rest. At that moment, Bodhi Sage sent another message. I forgot to tell you that the little girl called Wendy Yushan has returned to your primordial space. Lu Yin and Dan Pu stared at the screen in a daze. Returned. Lu Yin was excited and his eyes widened. Dan Pu stopped breathing. Returned? In Limitless, Bodhi Sage's eyes flickered as he replied, yes, she has returned. It was an extremely strong powerhouse from your primordial space who brought the news to the three monarch spacetime and passed it on to us. It seems that the little girl knows the significance of being thrown into the endless battlefield. After replying, Bodhi Sage muttered to himself, how did she leave the endless battlefield? The Xiaoyin divinity was not stupid, and it was impossible for him not to have thought that this girl could tear through the void and return. Damn, if that's the case, he must have made some arrangements. How did that girl escape? Did someone save her? Or something else? Pass down the order. Investigate this person called Wendy Yushan. I suspect that she's not simple, Bodhi Sage ordered Limitless. Limitless transmitted information about the endless battlefield and the Six Direction Society. It also integrated information and adjusted the situation of the endless battlefield. It was also the Six Direction Society's largest intelligence organization, so it was not difficult to investigate a person. On the other side, Lu Yin was also thinking about the same problem. The Xiaoyin divinity would not be so stupid as to just throw Wendy Yushan into the endless battlefield. He had to ensure that Wendy Yushan did not die and that she could not leave. But now that Wendy Yushan had left, either someone had interfered, or she had done something herself. What could Wendy Yushan have done? The only thing Lu Yin could think of was time. Wendy Yushan had the innate gift of turning back time. This gift was her greatest secret and only she knew about it. With the power of time, it was not impossible for Wendy Yushan to escape. The Xiaoyin divinity could not personally keep an eye on her in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan had lived up to his expectations and escaped on her own. There was no need for him to stay in the endless battlefield and risk his life. Dan Pu laughed. That relative of yours escaped on her own. The Xiaoyin divinity has really failed miserably this time. Ah. You don't have to stay in the endless battlefield anymore. Lu Yin nodded and his expression relaxed. He looked at Dan Pu and smiled. Thank you for saving me, Senior. I will definitely repay you. Dan Pu waved a hand. I didn't save you. I was just a passerby during the battle in the dark spacetime. You were the one who was strong. At your age, I did not even have the qualifications to get close to that kind of battlefield. Lu Yin was solemn. If not for Senior, I would not have been able to escape. I will remember Senior's kindness. All right, you should leave quickly to prevent the Xiaoyin divinity from scheming against you again. As long as you leave the endless battlefield, it will not be so easy for him, Dan Pu said. Lu Yin nodded as he knew that he could not waste any time. Then I will leave. Senior, there will be ample time in the future. I will definitely go to the Lost Clan to find you. Dan Pu nodded and watched as Lu Yin tore through the void and left. After Lu Yin left, he finally relaxed. He's finally gone. I can finally take a break in the endless battlefield. At least I can report back to the clan. However, the Great Elder left for the dark spacetime so quickly. He really cares about this kid. There must be a problem. After saying that, he told Wu Li about Lu Yin's departure. Bodhi Sage immediately contacted Yuan Xing when he heard the news. Yuan Xing did not have much of a reaction. He did not know that the Xiaoyin divinity had thrown Wendy Yushan into the endless battlefield. He could no longer intervene in any of Lu Yin's matters. Furthermore, no one had informed him that Lu Yin was still in the endless battlefield. However, Bodhi Sage also told him a piece of news that made Yuan Xing excited. He even laughed heartily. I will wait and see what happens to that little bastard. He will not have an easy time. He simply does not know what that level of power represents. Bodhi Sage, you don't know either. You have never fought with a powerhouse of that level. That is the level of the 7 sky gods. It is an invincible level second only to the great heavenly venerate. That little bastard will definitely be crushed to pieces. Ah. Bodhi Sage ended the call. Did he not understand that level of power? During the battle in the dark spacetime, those who fought were at that level. Chapter 2762. In the reincarnation spacetime, beautiful red clouds were reflected in the vast sky. A figure bowed respectfully under the sky. A dignified voice sounded in the sky. You want to be my disciple? The name of the great heavenly venerate represents the universe. If I can become your disciple, it will be my life's fortune. With your cultivation power, even if I'm your master, I can't teach you anything. You can only walk your own path. Fate has its own destiny. My path needs the guidance of the great heavenly venerate. Is this the guidance of fate? Even fate has to bow to the great heavenly venerate. I will only follow my own will. There was a pause. Chu Jian walked out and bowed deeply. Master. Arrange for me to accept Bai Xian'er as my disciple at the tea party. From that moment onwards she will be your senior sister. Chu Jian was stunned and didn't react. Senior sister? He looked at Bai Xian'er. He had entered the sect first. Although he couldn't compare to this woman in terms of cultivation, he was the perfect young master, one of the 3 future young masters. His current cultivation shouldn't be counted. Moreover, this woman came from the origin space. Why did Master accept her as his disciple? And he was even above him? Chu Jian couldn't accept it. Bai Xian'er looked at Chu Jian and smiled. At that moment Chu Jian was lost. He didn't know why, but this woman gave him an irresistible charm. Beauty. He had seen too many beauties, but this woman had a strange charm that he couldn't resist. Before this he only had Bai Qian in his heart. But at this moment this pair of eyes replaced everything. It made him forget where he was and who he was facing. It shouldn't be like this. Chu Jian's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked deeply at Bai Xian'er. It shouldn't be like this. He was the perfect young master, perfect and flawless. He wouldn't be attracted to any woman. Bai Xian'er was surprised and looked deeply at Chu Jian as well. I understand. Master, I want to go into seclusion. You plan to break through to the immortal realm? Chu Jian's expression was solemn. Yes. That's good. It's time to show your power to the 6 Direction Association. Master only has one request for you from the immortal realm. Chu Jian's eyes were stern. Undefeated. Bai Xian'er raised her eyebrows and looked at Chu Jian again. Chu Jian's lips curled up. Disciple understands. The moment I step into the immortal transformation stage, no matter who I face, I will not be defeated. Before you go into seclusion, I have a mission for you. Go to the primordial space and meet the son of the Lu clan. In the above heaven, Lu Yin had already returned. As soon as he returned, he went to look for Wendy Yushan. When he saw that Wendy Yushan was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wendy Yushan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that he was fine. I'm sorry. I dragged you into this. Lu Yin's expression was relaxed. It's good that you're back. There's nothing to worry about. If we're being honest, I'm the one who dragged you down. Which parallel universe have you been thrown into? Wendy Yushan frowned. Platinum sharp spacetime. Sure enough, Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Not only had the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign wanted him to travel through the dark spacetime and the gourd spacetime, but he had also wanted him to travel to the furthest platinum spacetime and explore the entire endless battlefield. Actually, I don't know how I was thrown into the platinum sharp spacetime. When I woke up, I saw a woman staring at me. That woman had at least the power of an emissary or even the power of a half-ancestor. If not for my innate gift, I wouldn't have been able to return. Lu Yin nodded. She didn't recognize your innate gift, did she? Wendy Yushan fell silent. Lu Yin knew that she had probably exposed her innate gift. It's good enough that you're able to return. Just stay here and no one can do anything to you. Wendy Yushan clenched her fists. She wanted to stay in the 6 Paths Society and improve her cultivation, not be trapped here like a caged bird. Lu Yin knew what she was thinking. Whether it was Wendy Yushan, Zhou Day Night, or Ling Gong, they were all self-reliant women. They were admirable but also worrisome. Don't worry, I won't make you stay here for too long. I'll think of a way to deal with any future problems. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin. Shaoyin Divine Sovereign? Lu Yin replied, I'll make him pay for the grudge he has with the Lu family and for capturing you. Don't underestimate him. He's one of the three sovereigns, so he's close to being invincible, Wendy Yushan reminded him. Lu Yin nodded and did not stay any longer. Instead he went to find Lu Bujing. The most important thing right now was to figure out Elder Mo's identity, and Lu Bujing should be the one who knew Elder Mo the best. Elder Mo? Who's Elder Mo? Lu Bujing was puzzled. Lu Yin did not know Elder Mo's name, so he simply told Lu Yin about him. Lu Bujing listened for a bit and his eyes widened as he blurted out, "Mo sinister? Mo sinister?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Was there such a name? Lu Bujing's expression turned ugly. He's still alive. This is troublesome. According to what you said, we're in big trouble. I didn't think that such a sinister person would still be alive. I thought that he was dead for sure. Sure enough, scourges live for 1,000 years and this guy has lived for more than 1,000 years. This is troublesome. Lu Yin solemnly said, "Tell me more." Lu Bujing told Lu Yin about this Elder Mo. Lu Yin confirmed that they were in big trouble. This Elder Mo's original name was Mo Shang, and he was born into a business family. He was shrewd and calculative since he was young, and had the reputation of being a business prodigy. By chance he stepped onto the path of cultivation, and with his outstanding talent and shrewdness, he soared and broke through to the level of an emissary. After that he met Wu Xing, and it was unknown what method he used to obtain Wu Xing's recognition. Wu Xing brought him to visit the martial tablet several times, and in many people's eyes he was equivalent to a member of Wu Tian's lineage. And this person was happy to be misunderstood by others and kept getting closer to Wu Xing. Even if he could not visit the martial tablet, he would rather look for Wu Xing, and let others have Wu Tian's mark on him. With Wu Xing's help, his cultivation increased even faster, and this person's talent was also extremely high, and he eventually reached the position of one of the 12 Heaven's Gates leaders. Lu Bujing's expression turned ugly. Senior Wu Xing back then was completely different from the current Undying God. At that time, Senior Wu Xing's talent was extraordinary, and he was recognized by Wu Tian. You can imagine that. For this sinister Mo to be recognized by Senior Wu Xing, his talent is also extremely high. In addition, this person is good at bewitching others, and with Senior Wu Xing's help, he reached the position of one of the 12 Heaven's Gates leaders. But only we know how sinister this person is. He betrayed his friends for glory, plotted and schemed, framed his brothers and took advantage of their feelings. He was unscrupulous and even became friends with those cruel villains like the Eastern Mountain Tea King. He was popular in all 6 continents and he could trick people wherever he went. That's why many people call him Sinister Mo, and even forgot his real name. Even so, I have to say that this person is indeed powerful. There is no absolute difference in strength between the 12 Heaven's Gates. This person is sinister and deceitful, and he cultivates an extremely dark power. Even I would find it difficult to win. Lu Bujing's expression turned even uglier. If he had died back then it would have been fine, but he actually lived until now and became such a powerhouse. This is troublesome. With this person's sinister nature, he doesn't care about the Eternals or humans. Lu Yin let out a long breath, his heart heavy. This person had betrayed Wu Tian and stayed in the dark spacetime to search for Heaven's Eye. He was an unscrupulous person with a clear goal, and such a person was the most difficult to deal with. Invite your senior brother to the Above Heavens sect. Master Shan, Lu Yun and even Elder Chan won't be able to stop him. Even if he's extremely powerful, he might not necessarily fight with us. Instead he uses sinister methods, and I've seen many of them. Do you know why he hates me? Lu Yin looked at Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing said in a low voice, "It's because I used my family's influence to spread news about his sinister deeds. In order to prevent others from being tricked by him, I cultivated the 3 sons' ancestral qi and used the power of destiny to threaten him several times. That's why he hates me so much. Unfortunately, Wu Tian's level doesn't pay attention to us, or else he wouldn't have betrayed us." Lu Yin understood. No wonder old Mo was so excited when Lu Bujing was mentioned. He hoped that Lu Bujing wouldn't die so that he could personally settle the score with him. Heaven's Eye and Lu Bujing were both people that old Mo wanted to obtain and destroy the most. It would be strange if the Above Heavens sect didn't attract him. If this old monster joined the everlasting race, it would be even more troublesome. He would be equivalent to one of the 7 sky gods. Third uncle, are there any enemies from your era who are still alive and are very strong? Lu Yin asked helplessly. Lu Bujing rolled his eyes. Don't ask me. The old ancestor offended even more people such as Destiny and the Desolate God. As for those under the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, there are even more. Among them are those who were slapped by the old ancestor in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. What do you think? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Would the future generations pay back the debts of the predecessors? He didn't hesitate and immediately went to find his senior brother. He could only be at ease with him here. Wuxia wasn't interested in Elder Mo's deeds. He was more interested in Elder Mo's cultivation. I've been stuck in this realm for some time. Perhaps this person's strength can give me some inspiration, Wuxia said. With Wuxia here, Lu Yin felt much more relaxed. Although his senior brother had not reached Elder Mo's level, Lu Yin had not seen his senior brother use his full strength yet. However, he was certain that his senior brother was enough to make Bai Wangyuan and the others apprehensive. During the Daoist sect's era, Lu Yin had personally seen Ancestor Ku shatter the Undying God's body. The Undying God's innate gift of dissociation was useless, as Ancestor Ku was the Undying God's nemesis. If there was a huge difference between Ancestor Ku and the Undying God, then the Undying God would not even need to use his innate gift of dissociation. For example, there was the difference between Elder Mo and Xianxia. With Elder Mo's cultivation, he did not need anything else. The power of his sequence particles was enough. However, the Undying God had still been injured by Ancestor Ku, and the Undying God's attitude towards Ancestor Ku was not like how he treated a weakling. Lu Yin had a guess. The 9 mountains and 8 seas was the collective name given to all the strongest powerhouses after the Above Heavens sect era. Even the 3 realms and 6 Daoists might have been called the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daoist sect era. If they had not obtained the inheritance of the mountains and seas, they might not even have been given that title. In fact, after the Above Heavens sect era, the title of the 9 mountains and 8 seas only represented the inheritance of the mountains and seas. It did not represent one's cultivation at all. According to this understanding, Ancestor Ku might have already reached the level of the 7 sky gods. During the Above Heavens sect era, Ancestor Ku would have been infinitely close to the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, or even at the level of the 3 realms and 6 Daoists. Chapter 2763. Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku might have been at this level as well. However, Lu Yin could not determine the specifics. Only the powerhouses of that era could confirm it. Then what about Bai Wangyuan? Lu Yin walked down the stairs as he pondered. Bai Wangyuan was also one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the Daoist sect's era, and he had once competed with Progenitor Ku and Progenitor Qin. How strong was he? Was it just on the surface or was he hiding something? If Wang Fan could hide Ancestor Gui Yuan, then Bai Wangyuan might be able to as well. These old fellows would not reveal their trump cards unless they had no other choice. The longer they lived, the more treacherous they became. The Eternals had not attacked the back of the battlefield with all their might because of this, and not just because of the 6 Direction Society. Unfortunately, the Mist Ancestor did not know the strength of Progenitor Qin and the others. Lu Yin had asked her about it before, but she had not been able to answer. It was just like when she faced Elder Mo. She knew that Elder Mo was stronger than her, but she could not tell by how much. It was the same for Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Progenitor Ku had dared to charge into the Eternals alone, so Lu Yin should have known that he was not an ordinary progenitor. Even the 9 mountains and 8 seas did not have the qualifications to charge into the Eternals alone. Only those in the 3 realms and 6 Daoists could do something as ridiculous as killing the only true god. As he thought about it, he unknowingly walked to the bottom of the stairs and saw the cauldron, and he ran. They were both staring at him coldly. He-Ran had not been doing well recently. Too many people had pestered her and too many people had confessed to her. They did not even take a look at themselves. She missed the feeling of sitting high above the clouds and looking down on everything. The people around her were not even qualified to look at her. Now she was being stared at like a commodity. She had heard that many people from the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, and even the Neoverse had rushed over to watch her. A bunch of trash. Why, it was this person, this Lu Yin. She knew what he was trying to do. He wanted to wear down her temper and make her submit. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He-Ran was very clear about what these experts were thinking. The higher one's status was, the more they would want to conquer others. However, those who were conquered were only satisfying their vanity. What they really needed was a goddess who could help them and look down on everything, not a servile servant. The more he wanted to wear down her temper, the more she could not allow him to succeed. Only in this way would he have the chance to return to a high position. Otherwise he would never have the chance in this lifetime. Pride was his only perseverance, and it was also a perseverance that he had to persevere on. Lu Yin looked at He-Ran, and He-Ran looked back at him. The two of them stared at each other. In the distance many people quietly retreated. They could tell that this indescribably beautiful woman might be the Dao Master's woman. Look at how affectionate they are. Let me tell you, this Marquis understands the Dao Master all too well. Back then this Marquis fought the 10 arbiters for the Star Pagoda with me. How imposing was that? This Marquis can see through whatever the Dao Master is thinking with a single glance, the ghost monkey said proudly as he hid in the shadows. Someone asked excitedly, Marquis, what's the situation now? That's right, Marquis. Hurry up and tell us so that we can warn those guys not to mess around. Marquis, please speak. The ghost monkey was pleased with himself. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll tell you that the Dao Master has fallen in love with that woman. Everyone was shocked. Although they had their guesses, the ghost monkey's words seemed to be confirmed. They wanted to spread the news that this woman was not ordinary. She was the Dao Master's woman. Why was this woman still so arrogant? Where did her arrogance come from? He had become a mascot. How do you feel? He-Ran retracted her gaze. The scenery is quite good. Is that so? It's good that you like it. Lu Yin walked step by step to the side of the cauldron. He-Ran felt a little uneasy and took a few steps to the side. Lu Yin came to the side of the cauldron and placed his hand on it. He had a strange look in his eyes. At this moment he felt something and blinked. He stuck his head into the cauldron and saw a green leaf sticking out at the same time and hitting his face. It was the sapling. When he saw the sapling, Lu Yin laughed. Why are you here? The sapling was very happy and bounced around. It jumped onto Lu Yin's body and grabbed onto him tightly. Lu Yin laughed. The sapling had a green glow and was very gentle. That green leaf was also very adorable and kept rubbing against Lu Yin's chin. It was a little itchy. At the side He-Ran looked on. She had not expected this side of Lu Yin to appear. Shouldn't such a strong person be reserved and aloof? Just like Master Wei, he was mysterious and looked down on everything. He would not talk to ants. This person had a high status in this spacetime and was extremely powerful. He was at the level of an extremely strong person. Why was he still like this? The current Lu Yin was like a child. Lu Yin and the sapling were the purest when they were together. He did not need to think about anything else. It was as if the sapling could help him relieve his worries. This kind of pure feeling was like that of a child. His heart was pure. After a while, the sapling reluctantly returned to the cauldron. It often came here. Lu Yin allowed it to stay in the cauldron and looked at He-Ran. How long has the sapling been here? He-Ran thought for a moment. I don't know. It was here the last time I came. Suddenly popped out and gave me a fright. Was that so? Lu Yin looked at the cauldron again, but he did not discover it. This was the sapling's uniqueness. Even Lu Yin himself might not be able to discover where it was. It was too natural and had become one with the universe. The most effective way to discover it was by looking with one's eyes. You really think this place is not bad? Lu Yin looked at He-Ran curiously. This woman did not seem to be too resistant. He-Ran was arrogant. It doesn't matter. Lu Yin smiled. It seems like you enjoy being a mascot. He-Ran raised her brows. Enjoy? Who would enjoy such a thing? She wanted to refute Lu Yin, but when she saw his grin, He-Ran became angry. Oh, he's angry at me. He must be angry at me. I can't be angered by him. He wants to break my arrogance and grind down my personality. What a joke. No matter what, she had once controlled hyperspace, so how could she not know what others were thinking? With her looks, which man would not be tempted? The stronger someone was, the more they liked to conquer, but deep in their hearts they wanted to be arrogant. The more arrogant they were, the more they liked them. He-Ran took a deep breath, and her expression became even more indifferent. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin was astonished. This woman really did not care? He did not believe her. I plan to arrange a marriage for you. What do you think of the ghost monkey? He-Ran was stunned. Marriage? Ghost monkey? She would never connect the two together, especially when it came to the ghost monkey. What the hell was that? In the distance, the ghost monkey heard this and burst into tears. He leapt out. Seventh bro, so that's what you're thinking. Seventh bro is too great. Frem. He-Ran roared and glared at the monkey. The monkey was startled. He glared at Lu Yin and gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She kept telling herself not to get angry. This was a trick, a despicable and shameless trick. Lu Yin felt better. This was more like it. If this woman really did not care, then why had he captured her? Even mascots had to have expressions. She was so high and mighty and she was not a queen. He ran left in anger. She was afraid that she would lose her composure in front of Lu Yin. The monkey ignored her and charged at Lu Yin with anticipation. "Seventh bro, are you serious?" Lu Yin looked at him. "Use her to exchange for the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan." The monkey was stunned, but then he turned and fled without hesitation. What a joke. No matter how beautiful this woman was, she could not compare to a harem that progenitor Wuxiang had assigned to him. It was his and no one could snatch it from him. He knew that his seventh bro was up to no good and had been eyeing his harem. He had to hide it. Not long after, Lu Yin went into seclusion to roll his die. He needed to get used to the Eternal Darkness card and Celestial Eye. As for the die's possession, he did not really need it in this space-time. Even though there were definitely eternal spies here, there were too many of them and he might not be able to blend in. This space-time was different from the Six Directions Society. The spies in the Six Directions Society were all higher-ups with high cultivations. Cultivation alone was enough to eliminate most of them. However, in the current Fifth Mainland, spies would not have very high cultivations. The higher one's cultivation, the easier it was to be exposed. On the other hand, the lower one's cultivation, the harder it was to be exposed. Thus, it was unrealistic to rely on possession to find a spy. With Lu Yin's current status, there would not be anyone in this space-time who would scheme against him. What he cared about was the die's possession. Half a month after Lu Yin went into seclusion, someone came to the Above Heaven sect. Elder Chan came out to greet this person. This person was Zhou Xian. This was his last mission before breaking through to the Immortal realm and becoming a half-ancestor. It was also his second time in the Above Heaven sect. "Where's Dao Master Lu?" Zhou Xian asked casually. The words Dao Master sounded more like a joke. Elder Chan welcomed Zhou Xian into the Above Heaven sect. "The Dao Master is in seclusion. What's the matter, Xiao Zun?" Zhou Xian's expression was solemn. "Master has invited Dao Master Lu to participate in the tea party. His seat is number 9. Elder Chan was shocked. They had expected Lu Yin to participate in the tea party, but no one had expected him to be number 9. They had thought that the Grand Empyrean hated the primordial space and that Lu Yin would be one of the last to be invited. They had not expected him to be one of the first. Lu Yin had told Elder Chan and the others that the Grand Empyrean's tea party had 99 seats. There were also 9 million people who could attend. Xianxi's identity was ranked 99 because of his contributions. They had thought that Lu Yin's status would not be any better, but he was actually number 9. The top 9 seats of the tea party were right in front of the Grand Empyrean. These seats were not ranked according to rank, and they were all the ones closest to the Grand Empyrean. This meant that Lu Yin would be very close to the Grand Empyrean if he participated in the tea party with his original identity. This seat was something that even Zhou Xian hadn't expected. This was because this seat had always belonged to Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. In other words, Lu Yin had occupied Divinity Xiaoyin's seat. Elder Chan did not know that this seat belonged to Divinity Xiaoyin. Even Lu Yin himself did not know. Only the people of the Six Paths Society knew. Zhou Xian was very clear about his master's intentions. He wanted to praise Lu Yin to death. His master still hated the primordial space and this had never changed. However, with his master status, there was no need for him to directly attack the primordial space. Using this seat to make Divinity Xiaoyin attack was the easiest way. Zhou Xian could already imagine Lu Yin's fate at the tea party. Chapter 2764. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party was a hobby of the Grand Empyreans. They used tea to make friends and help cultivators gain enlightenment. It was also a chance for them to learn from each other. Elder Chan suppressed his shock and replied, "I understand. I'll tell the headmaster." Zhou Xian nodded. "There's one more thing I want to talk to you about. Zhu Yuan." Elder Chan frowned. Zhu Yuan. Zhou Xian looked at Elder Chan. "Is it convenient?" Elder Chan had no reason to refuse. This person was called Zhu Xian and this person was called Zhu Yuan. He was curious about the connection between the two. He immediately had someone invite Zhu Yuan to the Sky One sect. Chu Yuan belonged to the origin space, not the Sky One sect. There was no need for him to stay here. Lu Yin had restricted them in the past but not now. Several days later, Chu Yuan rushed back to the Sky One sect and met with Chu Jian. The two stood across from each other on a mountain peak in the Sky One sect. "You're Chu Yuan, the Dao child of the Sky One sect in the origin space?" Chu Jian was clearly more interested in Chu Yuan than Lu Yin. Lu Yin was just a descendant of the Lu family. Although his talent and fortuitous encounters had allowed him to reach his current position, Chu Jian felt that this person's future wouldn't be higher than Chu Yuan's. Chu Yuan was the only genius that the primogenitor had met. Primogenitors and Grand Empyreans were the peak existences known to humanity. Lu Yin's ancestor was just one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms and was the disciple of a primogenitor. Chu Jian was the disciple of a Grand Empyrean, so he shouldn't be comparing himself to Lu Yin. Chu Jian had never looked Lu Yin in the eye. This person's good days had come to an end. However, Chu Yuan was different. His path had just begun. Chu Yuan already knew when Elder Chan informed him. "You're the Grand Empyrean's disciple, the perfect young sovereign Chu Jian?" Chu Jian stared at Chu Yuan. "Our names are almost the same. Do you know the relationship between your primogenitor and my master?" Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "I don't know. You can tell me." Chu Jian looked at Chu Yuan. A gust of wind blew past but neither spoke. At this moment their auras were extremely similar. Whether it was their names, auras, or even their appearances, they were very similar. Elder Chan watched from afar. These two couldn't be brothers, right? Impossible. Chu was too old while Chu Jian was too young. The battle between the older generation has ended with the death of your primogenitor, but the battle between you and me has only just begun. Chu Jian's lips curled up as he looked at Chu Yuan. "I'm known as the perfect young master. No matter what I cultivate, I'm extremely fast. My cultivation speed surpasses that of the 6 Directions Association, and I have an undefeatable talent. What about you?" Chu Yuan exchanged glances with Chu Jian. "In our era, the 6 Paths Association didn't exist yet. I was above Heaven's Sect's first continent's Dao child, the only one who was granted an audience with the primogenitor. The other Dao children couldn't tolerate me. In our era, I was absolutely invincible." Chu Jian smiled. "To be able to meet the primogenitor, I believe in your abilities. Soon I will break through to the immortal transformation realm. In other words, I will become the half-martial ancestor that you all speak of. I hope that you will be able to catch up to me as soon as possible and fight against me at the same cultivation level to determine the victor. That way the battle between my master and the primogenitor will come to an end." However, Chu Yuan shook his head. "With my current cultivation level, it will take me a very long time to reach the half-martial ancestor realm. Moreover, I'm not in a hurry to break through." "Then progenitor realm it is." Chu Jian was extremely confident. "With our abilities, it would be even better for us to fight in the progenitor realm." Chu Yuan nodded. "All right, let's fight in the progenitor realm." "I'll wait for you. I hope that losing to Lu Yin didn't dampen your confidence." Chu Jian laughed. Chu Yuan's gaze shifted. "For now your opponent is him. Don't you want to fight him?" Chu Jian didn't care. A temporary victory or defeat doesn't matter. Our limits aren't something that he can compare to. "Chu Yuan, I hope that you can set your sights further. You were granted an audience with the primogenitor while I am a disciple of a Grand Empyrean. As for Lu Yin, he is merely a descendant of the Lu family. In the future he will at most reach the 3rd venerable level. My hope for you is to be a threat to me, not to be defeated by him. Right now you all might be shocked by his strength, but in the near future I will let everyone know how terrifying the upper limit is. Humans have an upper limit. Even if he reaches the progenitor realm now, his upper limit will be something that he will never be able to break through in his lifetime. As for my upper limit and your upper limit, it is not something that Lu Yin can compare to. Don't disappoint me." With that, Chu Jian left. His greatest goal in coming here was to challenge Chu Yuan and end the Grand Empyreans and primogenitors. A mere Lu Yin was nothing more than a splash of water. He might be able to splash high, but he would eventually fall into the river. Only they represented the river and the sea. Sometimes people had to keep a low profile. Although he was called the perfect young exalt, where had this title come from? How many examples had there been? How many of the 6 Paths Society knew about it? Those who truly understood didn't even want to talk about it, such as Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Did Lu Yin have the qualifications? He was nothing more than a splash of water. Chu Yuan was stunned by Chu Jian's confidence. In truth, he had thought the same when he had first broken out of the ice seal. Whether it was during the above heaven era or when he had just come out, he had always thought the same. But after that battle, he had overturned his previous thoughts. Now he was certain that he could break through to the progenitor realm and reach very high. He would not look down on Lu Yin, especially when he saw that strange power of Lu Yin's. If Chu Jian continued to think like that, he would be unlucky. He didn't want himself to be frustrated, and he hoped that Chu Jian wouldn't be frustrated in the future. Chu Jian also wanted to compete with this person and see what exactly made him so confident. 10 days later, Lu Yin came out of seclusion. During this period of seclusion, he had rolled 4 pips 5 times, which was equivalent to 5 years of seclusion. It wasn't a long time, but it had given him a better understanding of eternal darkness and the celestial eye. The eternal darkness card could only be used effectively after he broke through to the half-ancestor realm. Otherwise, it would be useless, just like when he had brought old monster Mo in. However, the celestial eye was different. Lu Yin impatiently went to find Zhou Ran as he wanted to see something from her. Zhou Ran's identity had always been a mystery, and Lu Yin had even suspected that she was Destiny. He had always been very concerned about her, but she couldn't remember anything, so there was nothing he could do. Now that he had the celestial eye, he naturally looked at her first. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see anything. Zhou Ran looked at the celestial eye on Lu Yin's forehead and asked curiously, "Your Highness, what is this?" "Nothing." Lu Yin was disappointed. "Do you want some tea?" Zhou Ran asked expectantly. Lu Yin nodded, and his domain swept past the above heaven sect. He found Butian and Xiaoshi. Since he couldn't see through Zhou Ran, he would take a look at Destiny. Under Lu Yin's command, Butian began to use Destiny. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and his eyes lit up. He saw Butian's Destiny transform into a string that shot into the sky. The string was connected to a particle which should be a sequence particle. Destiny actually allowed Immortal to touch a sequence particle, which was something that not even an ordinary progenitor could do. Lu Yin raised a hand and touched his celestial eye. Right, this was the strength of the 3 realms. He clearly wasn't as strong as old monster Mo. However, with his celestial eye, he could see sequence particles and see the laws. Destiny could use Destiny to touch sequence particles, and so could the Grim Reaper. He must have some method to touch or even influence sequence particles. This was their strength. It was no wonder why no one had been able to see through Destiny. There were no powerhouses in this spacetime who could use sequence particles, which was why no one could see through the power of Destiny. How many people in the 6 Direction Society could touch sequence particles? Old Monster Mo had been one of the 12 Heavenly Gate sect masters during the above heaven sect's most glorious era, and he had been one of the strongest cultivators of that era. How many people in the 6 Direction Society had lived longer than him? There probably wasn't even a dimensional master. Lu Yin exhaled as he had finally seen through Destiny. It was no longer so mysterious and unfathomable. The power of a Lady of Fate was even simpler. It was no wonder that she had cultivated a thread of destiny. The power of destiny was originally a thread, and using this thread to touch sequence particles, peek into the laws and see through the past and present. This was destiny. He then thought back to the realm of indestructible palm. The ancient Pathmaster had created this power with the ultimate goal of reaching the level of sequence particles. In that case, this power should exist at an even more terrifying level. In Lu Yin's opinion, that level might be able to resist sequence particles and use one's own body to resist the laws of the universe. That was the true realm of indestructible. It was only at this moment that Lu Yin could clearly see the essence of cultivation in this universe and the path that he needed to take in the future. What level were the primogenitors, Grand Empyreans, Mr. Mu and the others? This was what he was most curious about. Brother Lu. Xiaoshi looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Butian was apprehensive and he kept looking at Lu Yin's forehead. He kept feeling like he was being watched by something. Lu Yin's forehead did not have those 2 curved lines that resembled eyes, but now that he had them, his entire person seemed to have changed, becoming even more unfathomable. The celestial eye on Lu Yin's forehead disappeared and he smiled. Zhou Ran is coming. Do you want some tea? Xiaoshi nodded vigorously. He liked being with Zhou Ran even if she did not remember giving him any gifts. Butian excused himself as he did not want to stay with Lu Yin. He was the one who truly understood Lu Yin's deepest secrets, and this person would become the greatest traitor to humanity in the future. Bu Tian, Lu Yin suddenly said. Bu Tian was stunned, but he quickly turned around and bowed respectfully. Pathmaster. Keep an eye on Xianxia's clone, Lu Yin said. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of the Lu family, he would need the Pearl of Destiny and Xianxia's clone. However, he could not find the Pearl of Destiny, and the one on the sixth mainland had been hidden away by the Eternals. He could only rely on Xianxia's clone to find it. This was his only hope of bringing the Lu family back. Bu Tian relaxed. Yes. At that moment, Elder Chan arrived and told Lu Yin that the Grand Empyrean had invited him to the tea party. 9th. Lu Yin was astonished. Elder Chan laughed. Surprised, right? I was surprised when I heard that too. The Grand Empyrean is not going to let you have an easy time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If he doesn't let me have an easy time, then I'm going to have an easy time. Also, Elder Chan told Lu Yin about the conversation between Chu Yuan and Chu Jian. Chu Jian had not concealed anything and had instead spoken aloud. He did not care if Lu Yin heard it at all. Lu Yin smiled. Interesting. I understand now. It seems that this perfect young master is very confident. He's about to break through to half-ancestor. What about you? Elder Chan asked. Lu Yin watched as Zhao Ran walked over with a cup of tea and slowly replied, soon. I'll reach peak envoy first. It was time to break through. Chapter 2765. The astral liquid that Lu Yin had obtained from the sapling was enough for him to break through to the peak of envoys. He might as well go into seclusion again. This time it was for the sake of breaking through. Elder Chan was speechless as he felt that Lu Yin's seclusion was like a game to him. Furthermore, he only went into seclusion for a few days each time, or at most a few years. It wasn't even enough time for him to sleep in. On this day outside the heavenly sect, the origin tribulation was vast and mighty, covering the boundless distance. Prison Flood Dragon raised its head and shrunk back nervously. Lu Yin stood beside the above heaven, frowning as he watched the origin tribulation spread. The most difficult origin tribulation was the first origin tribulation, followed by the sixth origin tribulation. Although the seventh origin tribulation was close to the peak of the star emissary realm, it was not that difficult. Just like the second and third origin tribulations in the past, the seventh origin tribulation was quickly passed, and it didn't cause much of a stir. The accumulation of astral sources was even easier for the sapling to overcome, and Lu Yin took advantage of the opportunity to undergo his eighth origin tribulation. Once he did so, he would truly become a peak emissary. Actually, the eighth origin tribulation was not a qualitative change. It was merely crossing the threshold of 1,200,000 battle power. It was not as terrifying as the sixth origin tribulation. It was more like a preparation for breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm. However, why did it change every time it came to him? Looking at this magnificent scene, it was probably enough to make him suffer. As he thought about it, Lu Yin hurriedly distanced himself from the Above Heavens sect, the further the better. The Above Heavens sect had more than one progenitor, and if he were to implicate them in the origin tribulation, then how powerful would the origin tribulation be? The commotion caused by the Above Heavens sect attracted the attention of the entire primordial space, and even the Six Direction Society. Now everyone was paying attention to the Above Heavens sect. The four-way scales had spared no effort to plant their own people in the Above Heavens sect. How could they not know about such a big matter? Lu Yin was about to undergo 8 origin tribulations. Once he reached the peak of the emissary realm, the next step would be to become a half-ancestor. That would be a qualitative change, and after that would be the progenitor realm, the peak of the human race. At that time, with Lu Yin's strength, even the 4 cardinal scales would tremble. Who would be able to stop him? He headed straight for the astral beast domain, stopping only when he reached the border between the human domain and the astral beast domain. The commotion caused by the tribulation caused the astral beast domain to feel uneasy. Lung Qing, who was overseeing the astral beast domain, rushed over. More and more people were watching from afar. Seeing the range of the origin tribulation expand, their faces turned pale. In the face of such an origin tribulation, weren't humans no different from ants? Lu Yin looked up and took a deep breath. Come. A storm condensed within the origin tribulation vortex and raged downwards, crushing Lu Yin in a frenzy. Lu Yin had thought that it would be a terrifying force, but he soon realized that it was actually an astral source. In the distance, Old Zen and the others had solemn expressions on their faces. As expected, breaking through to the Dao Master level is always the hardest. This is the most difficult origin tribulation to deal with among the 8 origin tribulations in recorded history. Lu Bujing frowned. Unlimited absorption? This is it. Those who have experienced such an origin tribulation in history have all died. What do you mean by unlimited absorption? Wendy Yushan felt uneasy as the power of that origin tribulation was clearly not that great. Lu Bujing's expression turned ugly. There are some people that even the stellar source universe finds difficult to deal with. In other words, if the stellar source universe cannot find anyone of the same level who can pose a threat to such people, they will use other methods. Unlimited absorption is one of them. They let the person undergoing the calamity absorb unlimited amounts of stellar source until he is stuffed to death. Master Shan said in a low voice. Back then a genius from the Lu clan died during the 8th origin tribulation. This is the most difficult tribulation of the 8th origin tribulation. It only appears at the 8th origin tribulation. Old Zen sighed. The Starbreaker Emissary and the 6th origin tribulation are the most difficult to deal with, especially the 6th origin tribulation. It almost pierced through the entire cosmic tree. I thought that the 8th origin tribulation would not be difficult, but I never expected it to be this one. I hope that he can endure it. Many pairs of eyes stared at Lu Yin. Some understood while others did not. But regardless of whether they understood or not, their expressions changed after a while. Lu Yin continued to absorb stellar source. Even if he was unwilling, the stellar source poured into his body like a storm. He was the least afraid of stellar source, as the amount of stellar source he possessed had shocked even Chu Yuan and the others. Even so, such a terrifying amount of stellar source entering his body still shocked him. Everyone had a limit, and the amount of stellar source that he could absorb was also limited. If he could use this stellar source, then he could just break through to the half-ancestor realm. After all, there were so many stellar source. Unfortunately, these stellar source were just a formality. Their purpose was to enter his body and cause him to explode. It was too vicious. Lu Yin had already opened the 3rd stage and the 4 stellar source cyclones were already full. The amount of stellar source he had absorbed was enough to shock Lu Bujing and the others, make Old Zen speechless, and make everyone who understood him doubt their lives. Even so, the origin tribulation still existed and had not dissipated. If this continued, he would really explode. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the origin tribulation cyclones. This stellar source universe was very unfriendly to him. It made things difficult for him every time he underwent a tribulation. Every time he had narrowly escaped death, but it was not that easy to kill him. It did not want to be used by him, but he insisted on using it. He was not even afraid of a Grand Empyrean, so why would he be afraid of you? A strong person was difficult to defeat, but he was also easy to corrupt. Cultivators who coveted stellar source would eventually die because of it. This was a saying that had been passed down in the above heavens era. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more difficult it would be to undergo the origin tribulation. The greatest tribulation of the 8th origin tribulation was not the humanoid origin tribulation, nor was it the suppression of the sky. It was this unlimited absorption. The stellar source universe was like a stingy guardian. If you tried to snatch stellar source, you would suffer a backlash. If the stellar source universe was certain that you could withstand the backlash, it would let go and destroy you in another way. Endless stellar source converged into Lu Yin's body, forming a storm that shocked Lu Bujing and the others. Even a progenitor might not be able to absorb so much stellar source. This should not be something that an emissary could withstand. Hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Countless people shouted. There was a limit to the origin tribulation, and it could not recklessly kill those undergoing it. Otherwise, no one would be able to succeed and there would be no more progenitors in this universe. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. He just needed to hold on a little longer. In their minds, just a little longer would be enough. However, Lu Yin looked at the black hole above his head, and his expression grew gloomier. By other people's standards, he was already about there. Others might not know how many stellar source cyclones he had and how much stellar source he could absorb, but how could the stellar source universe not know? Because it knew, the amount of time he would need was not something that could be measured by a little longer. Lu Yin did not know how long this would last, but it might be an exaggeration. Since that was the case, then bring it on. Lu Yin took a deep breath as the stars around him revolved. He did not rely on progenitor Chen's strength as he did not dare to rely on external forces. Instead he released the power in his heart. That place had formed a starry sky of its own, and even if the sixth mainland had set up a trap and used a source box array to isolate parallel spacetime, it could not completely isolate the power in his heart. The Six Directions Society's power was unique and completely different from Stellar Source, but it could still be absorbed. Lu Yin wanted to see how much Stellar Source he could absorb here. A moment later, under the dazed gazes of countless people, the storm of Stellar Source cyclones not only did not decrease, but it actually grew even larger. It was so large that Lu Bujing and the other half-progenitors were certain that they would be stuffed to death. However, Lu Yin remained calm and he even looked forward to it. The Stellar Source universe was a universe, and the power in his heart should also be considered a universe. However, he could not control these Stellar Source cyclones, which meant that he was just going through the motions. From the Stellar Source universe to the power in his heart, he was basically a bridge. Lu Yin did not believe that he could stuff an entire universe to death. Over the next period of time, everyone's understanding of tribulation transcendence was refreshed. Their understanding of 8 origin tribulations and Lu Yin's abilities were refreshed. How could an 8th origin tribulations last for so long, even if he could absorb Stellar Source cyclones without limit? How many Stellar Source cyclones had appeared? Could a human absorb so much Stellar Source? Was he still human? Even a progenitor might not be able to do such a thing. Elder Chan asked himself if he could do such a thing. His ancestral world could contain a boundless amount of Stellar Source, but it could not absorb Stellar Source cyclones without limit. How long had it been? Even 2 progenitors might have been stuffed to death. How had Lu Yin done it? It was definitely not as simple as just absorbing Stellar Source cyclones. Elsewhere, at the edge of the astral beast domain, Leng Qing watched Lu Yin undergo his tribulation with a shocked expression. In the past he had been willing to listen to Lu Yin because this sect was called the Above Heaven sect because Lu Yin had the progenitor's sword, and because Lu Yin had expelled the Eternals and fought for humanity. But now he was shocked by Lu Yin's boldness. Who could really absorb Stellar Source cyclones without limit? Who could remain unscathed under such a boundless amount of Stellar Source cyclones? He seemed to see overlapping shadows on Lu Yin's body. They were powerhouses that he looked up to, and they aroused his desire to break through to the ancestral realm. But how could he succeed? As the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates, they could definitely break through to the ancestral realm. They were all powerhouses who had broken through the 3 stages and were at the peak of the half-ancestor realm. However, breaking through to the ancestral realm was not just about cultivation. The most important thing was to examine one's heart. Leng Qing knew that he could not break through to the ancestral realm. Once he tried to break through to the ancestral realm, he would definitely die. In the distance, Lu Yin suddenly felt unhappy. Every origin tribulation was bombarding him. Although successfully passing the tribulation could improve his cultivation and strengthen his body, it could not make up for the fact that he had almost killed himself. When he had passed the emissary origin tribulation, he had found a way to snatch the boundless Stellar Source cyclones and obtained 4 Stellar Source cyclones. This time he did not want to let go of this tribulation so easily. As he thought about it, he tried to use the power in his heart to suppress the Stellar Source cyclones that had entered his body. Originally, the Stellar Source cyclones had been absorbed by the power in his heart and left after 1 round. Lu Yin knew that this Stellar Source cyclones could not be used. However, this was the power in his heart. Since he could withstand it, why couldn't he use it? He decided to give it a try. He decided to do it. The black and white fog circulated. On one hand, it allowed the Stellar Source cyclones to enter, and on the other hand, it prevented the Stellar Source cyclones from leaving. At the same time, the Stellar Source cyclones that originally belonged to him began to absorb the Stellar Source cyclones that entered his body. However, these Stellar Source cyclones could not be absorbed. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been able to absorb Stellar Source cyclones without limit. They had all thought of absorbing Stellar Source cyclones to aid their cultivation, but they had all failed. It was impossible for Lu Yin to rely on his original Stellar Source cyclones to absorb them. Since he could not absorb them, then so be it. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he suppressed them. Chapter 2766. Endless astral sources entered Lu Yin's body, and as the power in his heart circulated, they landed on the land formed by the fates and time-withering trees took root on the land, flowing with a gray color. Faux god power flowed like a river, green sprouts formed by wood space-time power, and three-colored soil formed by sovereign chi flourished. As the boundless astral sources descended, it was like a spring rain that nourished the land. These astral sources were not absorbed by Lu Yin. Instead, they were absorbed by the land, the dead trees, the river of faux god power, the green sprouts, and the three-colored soil, becoming nutrients. Lu Yin had only tried it out, but he had not expected it to work. The endless astral sources turned into spring rain that nourished the land. The dead trees, green sprouts, and three-colored soil glowed with vitality. Even the river of faux god power expanded slightly. Even though these were two different types of power in his heart, where all Daoists returned to one, any power could be suppressed. When he saw this scene, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Could this faux god power form other powers that he wanted under this starry sky? Otherwise, why would the astral sources form faux god power? As Lu Yin thought about this, the river of faux god power gradually expanded under the endless astral sources' spring rain, becoming a river that spanned the entire land. On the other side of the land, a lake formed by astral sources appeared. Although it was called a lake, it was more like an ocean compared to the land formed by the Fateson. This was an ocean formed by astral sources that landed on the land and did not leave. At this moment, the astral sources were not being absorbed by Lu Yin. Instead, they were being absorbed by the land, becoming nutrients. Lu Yin laughed and looked up at the sky. You want to stuff me to death? Do you have the ability to do so? Since you're here, don't leave. I can let you go, but I can also take you. Everyone's jaws dropped as they watched Lu Yin laugh maniacally while pointing at the sky. An indescribable feeling surged in their hearts and their entire bodies trembled. The Pathmaster is invincible, someone shouted. The Pathmaster is invincible. The Pathmaster is invincible. Countless voices converged as if suppressing the storm of astral sources and the tribulation origin black hole, becoming the only voice in the universe. The four cardinal scales were shocked. After such a long period of unlimited absorption, Lu Yin still could not be killed. They could not imagine what he had done. What exactly did he cultivate? Ha ha! Lu Bujing laughed heartily as he looked at Lu Yin in amazement. This junior of the Lu family far surpassed Lu Tianyi of the past. His achievements might even be comparable to the Three Realms and Six Paths. Master Shan was excited. This was their young master, respected by the Lu clan, the only young master of the Fifth Mainland. Even though he had lost his memories and cultivation, he could still stand up and laugh at the heavens. Lu Yun hid in the above heaven sect and looked to the east with a shocked expression. Although that unrestricted astral source power was not very powerful, if it was his own power, it would be as boundless as the sea and would be enough to kill him. That Lu Yin was too mysterious and his future was unimaginable. This was good, as he now had hope of obtaining the flowing cloud space. The blood ancestor was gratified as he gazed into the distance. Actually, he couldn't see, but he could hear the voices of countless people converging into a wish. That was everyone's wish and their future. Zi had a complicated look on her face. Back then she had been able to compete with him, but now she could only look up to him. Lan Xian sighed, as those who didn't know better would think that he was breaking through. Hen Exen returned, and when he saw this scene he was shocked. He was ready to break through at any time and he could not wait any longer. If he waited any longer, this kid would reach the progenitor realm, and even if he broke through he might not be able to do anything. The above heaven sect grew deeper and deeper. Unfathomable. This day was destined to be recorded in history. Every single major origin tribulation that Lu Yin had survived would be recorded in history, and it would be difficult to surpass him. Lu Yin's fighting spirit surged, and he was provoking the origin tribulation. He hoped for more astral source to fill the drying up of the continent in his heart. He needed more astral source to replenish his strength and vitality. Unfortunately, the origin tribulation would eventually end. As the astral source storm weakened, Lu Yin was disappointed. That's it. Everyone who heard him was speechless. Lu Bujing smiled bitterly. In the era of the above heaven sect, those geniuses who had died to a single origin tribulation would have crawled back up and died of anger if they had heard Lu Yin's words. This was an eighth origin tribulation's death tribulation. Lu Yin watched as the origin tribulation vortex slowly shrank and finally disappeared. Lu Yin exhaled. The continent in his heart had completely changed. It now had more vitality and the green sprouts had become more brittle. The withered trees had become brighter, and the river of faux god power had become several times wider. There was also a sea formed from astral source. Although it was just a small sea, the astral source contained within was boundless. If Lu Yin could use it, it would be enough for him to break through to half-ancestor. He tested it and his eyes lit up. He could use it. This was great. The origin tribulation was gone and these astral sources could be used. The astral source here was enough for him to break through to half-ancestor, but he would need to wait for a while and stabilize it. If it was enough for him to break through to half-ancestor, then it would be enough for others to break through to ancestor. This sea of astral sources was equivalent to a powerful progenitor's astral source, and it was definitely not an ordinary progenitor. It was probably comparable to Xianxia's astral source. Lu Yin had snatched away the equivalent of Xianxia's astral source. Not only that, but he had also obtained the astral source that nourished the tricolored soil. This was terrifying. Elder Chan and the others gathered around Lu Yin, asking him how many astral sources he had absorbed. They were very clear that these astral sources could not be absorbed, so they could not increase one's strength. Lu Yin was about to answer when he suddenly sensed something and looked to the east. Elder Chan and the others all looked over. They saw a tribulation origin black hole. Who's undergoing tribulation? Someone asked in surprise. Just as the question was asked, the black hole suddenly expanded and thunder rumbled. Waves of pressure emanated from the depths of the tribulation, causing Lu Yin's heart to palpitate. It's a progenitor's origin tribulation, Elder Chan blurted out. Everyone was shocked. Someone was undergoing a progenitor's origin tribulation? Regardless of who it was, they had to get away first. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Was that Ling Qing? Was he about to undergo tribulation? At the edge of the astral beast domain, Ling Qing looked up at the sky. He was about to undergo tribulation. He had not been confident that he could do it, but Lu Yin's smiling face had shattered his original thoughts. Lu Yin's words, "I can let you go, but I can also take you." Ling Qing was completely awakened, and he knew that it was time for him to undergo tribulation. Ling Qing looked to the west and bowed to Lu Yin. "Thank you for your advice, Pathmaster. Ling Qing is about to undergo tribulation. Go. Stay away." Lu Bujing pulled Lu Yin away. Lu Yin looked at Ling Qing and smiled. "I wish you success." No one had expected Ling Qing to undergo a progenitor's origin tribulation right after Lu Yin's 8th origin tribulation. An 8th origin tribulation could not be compared to a progenitor's origin tribulation. Even though Lu Yin's 8th origin tribulation had been shocking and had refreshed everyone's understanding of it, it still could not compare to a progenitor's origin tribulation. That was the final hurdle that a true human had to face. Once they passed it, the universe would be unrestrained. This was something that everyone was certain of. Progenitors were the pinnacle of humanity, and anyone who broke through them would be the progenitor of an era. Progenitors were both realms and responsibilities. They bore the responsibility of creating a new era, changing the world and protecting humanity. Over the countless years, too many people had attempted to break through the progenitor's origin tribulation. There had been many who had broken through the 3 stages, but how many had actually succeeded? Even during the golden age of above heaven, the number of progenitors who had succeeded could be counted. Many people had not expected to witness a progenitor's origin tribulation with their own eyes. Ling Qing quietly stood beneath the origin tribulation waiting for it to descend. Lu Bujing was worried. "What's the hurry?" "We're not in a hurry. The chances of success are too low." Nearby are approached and stared at Ling Qing. He has his own ideas. He's the first one to break through among all of us. Destiny's daughter had arrived. She did not get along with Kai, as Kai's wish was to surpass her beauty. However, no one cared about each other at this moment as they all stared at Ling Qing. Hen Exen also walked over from above heaven and stared at Ling Qing, not wanting to let go of the progenitor's origin tribulation. Would he succeed? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He had not expected Ling Qing to undergo her tribulation because of him. Was she confident? No one knew. As they waited, no one realized that their surroundings had become exceptionally quiet. It was so quiet that they could even hear the breathing of those around them. Something's not right. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked up. A boundless astral source appeared at the edge of the origin tribulation black hole, forming a dome that swept towards Ling Qing. The area around Lengqing had become an absolute vacuum, which meant that the astral source did not exist. Expression. Dome. Lu Bujing's expression was solemn. Lu Yin was shocked. He had encountered this during his sixth origin tribulation. Afterward, Lu Bujing and the others had told him that this phenomenon was called suppression of the dome. The origin tribulation would extract all of the astral source from the person undergoing the tribulation. Without an astral source, how could one undergo the tribulation? This was a fatal tribulation that targeted those undergoing the tribulation. Ordinary tribulations would not encounter such a fatal tribulation. Only top powerhouses would encounter such a thing. Lengqing was one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the above heaven era. He was an absolute powerhouse, and almost no one in the half-progenitor realm could surpass him. He was on the same level as Curmudgeonemo. It was normal for suppression of the dome to appear during his tribulation. It was not just him. Lu Bujing, Destiny's daughter, and the others should also appear during their tribulations. Suppression of the dome was a fatal tribulation for others, but Lengqing and the others were prepared for it. They had expected that they would encounter suppression of the dome during their tribulations. Without an astral source or an inner verse, a demi-ancestor's strength would decrease by more than half. However, this was meaningless to Lengqing. He was a blade, and his innate gift was a creature called Blade Haze. He was one with his blade, and a single blade could break through suppression of the dome. Suppression of the dome not only extracted astral sources, but it also produced a sound of suppression. It was enough to throw a person's mind into chaos, and those with weak willpower might even die. However, this sound of suppression did not affect Lengqing at all. A single blade had broken through suppression of the dome, but that was not enough to make Lu Bujing and the others relax. The true fatal tribulation was about to begin. Although Lengqing's origin tribulation would not be as monstrous as Lu Yin's, it would not be bad either. Ordinary demi-ancestors had a pitifully low chance of breaking through to the progenitor realm, let alone Lengqing. There are 3 steps to the progenitor realm origin tribulation: massacre, heart questioning, and heaven changing. Lengqing is about to face the massacre, and this is only the first step. Lu Yin raised his brows. This was the progenitor realm origin tribulation. If ordinary progenitors were already like this, what would happen to him? He did not dare to think about it. Chapter 2767. Lengqing gripped his blade and returned his astral source to its original position. He looked up at the black hole and took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. He could feel the blades hum, and he could feel the supreme blade will coming. He suddenly raised his blade and slashed out, causing the void to explode with a bang. A long saber appeared from the tribulation origin black hole and slashed at Lengqing. However, it was cut in half by Lengqing. So simple. Lengqing stared at the black hole, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. Countless blades descended, forming a Milky Way that poured down like a gigantic blade. Lu Bujing and the others exclaimed, "The Milky Way Blade Emperor?" Kai Er's face paled. Hen Exen clenched his fists. A ruthless person had indeed appeared. Lu Yin frowned. "Third uncle, what's this?" Lu Bujing's voice was low, filled with fear, unease, and sympathy. "That's the Milky Way Blade Emperor's power. The endless blades that fall down turn into a Milky Way, enough to overturn the heavens. The Milky Way Blade Emperor was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas of our era, an absolute powerhouse of the second continent." Lu Yin's expression changed. "The 9 mountains and 8 seas of the above sky sect?" Her continued. "The Milky Way Blade Emperor was a ruthless person, and those who used the blade were tyrannical. After he became a progenitor, he killed his way into the Mavis clan alone to avenge his humiliation. Because of him, the proud Mavis clan apologized out of respect." "The Mavis clan has a Dao Lord, right?" Lu Yin did not understand. The Mavis clan of that era controlled the second continent and had one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. Why would they be afraid of the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Lu Bujing continued. "The Milky Way Blade Emperor was respected, and that matter was the Mavis clan's fault. If they were wrong, then they should admit it. These are the Milky Way Blade Emperor's words. He was tyrannical, but he had his own reasons. If he could not be reasoned with, then the 3 realms and 6 paths would not listen. He would fight for justice even if he died." Many people respected the Milky Way Blade Emperor, but at the same time many feared him. Lung Qing is a fervent fan of the Milky Way Blade Emperor. Added. Lu Yin looked into the distance. This was going to be troublesome. The 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the Above Heaven sect had dared to draw his saber against a Daoist master. Although it was impossible for such a strong person to be at the Milky Way Saber Emperor ancestor level of strength, he was still at the half-ancestor level. Lung Qing was now facing the Milky Way Saber Emperor ancestor level of battle prowess. Could he overcome this? As the Milky Way fell, Lung Qing's face was filled with excitement. His eyes were bloodshot. He was so excited that he wanted to roar out loud. After breaking free from the ice seal and appearing in this era, he had been most depressed about not being able to meet the Milky Way Sword Emperor and not being able to challenge him. Now he had appeared. This was the power of the Milky Way Sword Emperor. Come! Lung Qing roared, losing control of himself. He let out a maniacal laugh as he slashed out with his saber. His body transformed into a saber mist as he leaped into the air. It was as if he wanted to overturn the galaxy. When everyone saw this spectacular scene, they experienced what it meant to be a peerless half-ancestor. Lung Qing's strength made even someone like Zhou Xian tremble. She couldn't even withstand a single strike. Saber Mist wept blood as he bathed in blood. He charged forward without any regard for his own life. He felt that the Milky Way Sword Emperor was in the Tribulation Origin black hole. He had to be there. He had to challenge the Milky Way Sword Emperor of this era. Since the Tribulation Origin black hole believed that the Milky Way Sword Emperor of this era could stop him from breaking through to Ancestor Realm, then he would give it a try. Lung Qing's body was constantly being slashed. Numerous bloody wounds covered his body. The crowd couldn't bear to watch. He was facing the saber blades head-on. Why didn't he use his inner world? Someone asked, puzzled. Someone else lamented, because the power of the Tribulation Origin has only just begun. The beginning. Cold saber light swept across everyone's faces. Lung Qing finally broke through the Milky Way amidst the sea of blood. There wasn't a single intact piece of flesh left on his body. His entire body swayed and his aura weakened. Lu Yin held his breath and watched calmly. His Tribulation Origin was abnormal, but Lung Qing's was not bad either. The Milky Way Sword Emperor, one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, had dared to draw his saber against a Dao Lord. This reminded Lu Yin of Progenitor Qin. At this moment, Lung Qing was facing Progenitor Qin, who was considered to be invincible in the same era. What kind of calamity would Lu Yin face? No one spoke. They all looked into the distance. The shattered Milky Way saber blades revolved around Lung Qing, forming the Milky Way Sword Ocean. This was the Milky Way Sword Emperor's killer move, which was equivalent to an inner world. Lung Qing gripped the saber hilt tightly and blood dripped down the blade. Finally, the Milky Way Sword Ocean has a chance to fight, Lung Qing muttered to himself. Lung Qing muttered to herself with anticipation. Long sabers appeared above her head as the heavenly saber realm descended. The Milky Way Sword Ocean seemed to sense something. It soared into the sky and headed for the Sky Saber realm. Countless sabers slashed down from the Sky Saber realm. Saber blades collided with each other, and the aftershocks scattered endless saber rays, forcing everyone to retreat again and again. The Tribulation Origin black hole had become a domain of sabers. Countless sabers and shattered saber rays formed a world of death that could tear a half-martial ancestor to pieces. No one knew how Lung Qing was doing. They couldn't see him clearly and they couldn't sense him either. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Lung Qing had always been a good person. Although he was taciturn and didn't have much of a presence, as the Elysium's leader, Lu Yin had arranged for him to guard the astral beast domain without complaint. Such a powerhouse was the safest place to be. It would be a pity if Lung Qing died from progenitor destruction. It would also be a loss for humanity. Why did the origin space have Tribulation Origin? If it was the same as the reincarnation spacetime, how many progenitors would there be in the origin space? The Eternals couldn't possibly overturn the situation. As he thought about this, the sabers in front of him gradually disappeared. Lung Qing stood tall in the starry sky. The blood on his body had already solidified. He had not been swept up by the Milky Way Sword Ocean. His Sky Saber realm had blocked it. Lu Bujing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Keir's pale face gradually returned to normal. That was the Milky Way Sword Emperor, a ruthless person. Lung Qing had been able to survive his saber, and he had even used a saber to fight a saber. This was enough to make Leng Qing famous. He had also fulfilled his wish. Then would there still be tribulation origin? Under the tribulation origin black hole, Leng Qing looked up. It was gone. The saber intent that had excited him had disappeared. He was strong enough to fight the Milky Way Sword Emperor when he was a half-martial ancestor. It was a pity that the Milky Way Sword Emperor was dead. Otherwise, he would have wanted to fight a progenitor. There was no reaction from the tribulation origin black hole. Everyone found it strange. The Destiny Daughter slowly said, "Ask your heart. Ask yourself. If you can't ask, you failed." "How do you ask?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "Everyone is different," Lu Bujing said. "It's a tribulation in one's heart. Patriarchs can have flaws but not at this moment. You have to hide them or remove them. Only then can you become a patriarch. To put it bluntly, lie. As long as you can lie through the tribulation origin, it's fine," said. Lu Yin looked at Leng Qing. Lie? He didn't think so. This was also what Lu Bujing and the others were worried about. Would Leng Qing lie? It was obvious that he wouldn't. Asking one's heart was a difficult hurdle for Leng Qing. The reason why he had not broken through to progenitor before today was because he couldn't ask his heart. Lu Bujing, the Destiny Daughter, Kefir and Hen Exen. This was because they were all Elysium leaders and peak half-martial ancestors. Logically speaking, they could have broken through to progenitor long ago. However, they had delayed until now because they knew that it would be difficult for them to succeed. The stronger one was, the more they understood themselves. They knew what problems they would encounter and where they would fail. Leng Qing's problem was that he couldn't ask his heart. However, that was before today. Lu Yin's words kept echoing in his ears. A young man with the cultivation of an emissary had such courage. He dared to ask the heavens, let go of stellar sources and even suppress them. Why couldn't he ask his heart? Why couldn't he give up? Leng Qing slowly raised his hand and faced the black hole of the tribulation origin. His arm shook and the saber shattered. Lu Bujing and the others were shocked. He shattered his saber? The Lady of Fate's eyes sparkled. This is Leng Qing's heart. He cultivated with the saber, entered the realm with the saber and turned his body into a saber. Ever since he started cultivating, his life has been inseparable from the saber. It is said that when he was born, countless sabers worshipped him. The saber has accompanied him throughout his life. His success and failure were all because of the saber. Now he broke his saber to show his determination and asked his heart. He has passed this hurdle. Everyone was silent. They held their breaths and looked at Leng Qing. They saw his relaxed expression. It was as if he had become a different person. The saber had made him what he was, but it had also trapped him. He dared to break his saber, which meant that he had abandoned his stubborn self. At this moment, it was as if he had been reborn. With a long roar, Leng Qing completely let go. He had fought the Milky Way Saber Emperor and broken his saber to show his determination. He had done it. What else was there to regret? Even if he failed to break through to the progenitor realm and was reduced to ashes, he would die without regrets. His laughter reverberated through the heavens, causing countless people to feel inexplicably happy. It was as if they had let go of many things. Even Lu Yin was affected. He unconsciously placed his hand on his cosmic ring. One day you and I will be able to see each other again. The Lu family will be able to return one day. Grudges, love, hatred, life and death, there will be a day when they will be resolved. That day will definitely come. Light appeared in the starry sky. A saber lay horizontally. Everyone was shocked. Was that the heavenly saber realm? The heavenly saber realm reappeared. However, it was not Leng Qing who had performed it. It appeared naturally. As the heavenly saber realm appeared, a long saber fell into Leng Qing's hand. It looked exactly like his broken saber. At the same time, Leng Qing's 3 gates opened. Many creatures that looked like sabers poured into the heavenly saber realm. The heavenly saber realm transformed. Although it did not seem to have changed much, the astral source from before gave everyone a faint pressure. That was the power of the progenitor realm. Leng Qing's inner world had transformed into the progenitor realm. He had succeeded in breaking through to the progenitor realm. He had successfully broken through to the progenitor realm. With the long saber in hand, the heavenly saber realm appeared. Leng Qing had become the first person to succeed in breaking through to the progenitor realm. He was not an ordinary half-martial ancestor. He was the leader of the Elysium. Now that he had succeeded in breaking through, he possessed strength that even Lu Yun feared. Lu Yun did not want to test the power of the heavenly saber realm. Lu Yun's eyes widened as he laughed. Congratulations to leader Leng Qing for successfully breaking through to the progenitor realm. The Elysium now has a new elder. Congratulations, Lord Leng Qing. Congratulations, Lord Leng Qing. Everyone who saw this scene was envious. At the same time, they rejoiced for themselves. It was a great honor to be able to witness the success of breaking through to the progenitor realm with their own eyes. Throughout the countless years of human history, how many people had been able to witness the success of breaking through to the progenitor realm with their own eyes? As Leng Qing succeeded in breaking through to the progenitor realm, a faint, strange feeling drifted across the fifth mainland. The tribulation origin black hole disappeared. The heavenly saber realm disappeared. Leng Qing put away his long saber. His entire aura was completely different from before. If it had been possible to tell that he was an expert in the way of the saber before, now it was impossible to tell. If he did not use a saber, no one could tell what kind of weapon he was proficient in. Chapter 2768. At this moment, Leng Qing's sharpness was completely restrained. Even progenitor realm experts could not see through him. Leng Qing took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Yin and the others. She bowed to Lu Yin and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Lu Bujing and the others hurriedly retreated. The current Leng Qing's etiquette was not something they could accept. It would be best if they could break through to the progenitor realm, but if they could not, they would never be on the same level as Leng Qing. Logically speaking, Lu Yin shouldn't have accepted it either. However, his words had allowed Leng Qing to successfully seek her heart. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, he had indeed helped Leng Qing break through her ancestral roots. Some people succeeded in breaking through to the ancestor realm and were proud of the heavens, disdaining the mortal world. Some people climbed to the top but were willing to be down to earth. Leng Qing was clearly the latter. Lu Yin smiled. "Senior, it's your own epiphany and it has nothing to do with me. Congratulations on successfully breaking through." Leng Qing's expression was calm. Somehow she felt that she was much easier to get along with than before. "No matter what, thank you, Sect Master, for being able to pass the test of heart examination. What plans do you have for me next? Will you continue to oversee the astral beast domain or return to the above heaven?" Lu Yin replied, "There's no rush. Let's go to the above heaven sect first." Many of the onlookers' expressions changed. They were from the four-way balance and the six-way gang. Leng Qing breaking through to the ancestor realm had a huge impact. Not to mention his own battle prowess. Just his identity as an ancestor realm expert added another layer of protection to the above heaven sect. This was not a simple protection but more like a kind of omen. If Leng Qing could succeed, then the leader of the Elysium, Lu Bujing, and the others might have succeeded as well. It should be said that the possibility of success was extremely high. If that was the case, they would have to re-evaluate the above heaven sect. This was without considering Leng Qing's strength. He was the sect master of the Heaven's Gate, a half-martial ancestor. Now that he had broken through, he was definitely not someone an ordinary martial ancestor could compare to. His combat prowess was unfathomable, and that was the reason why others were wary of him. The news of Leng Qing breaking through her ancestral roots quickly spread to the Six Directions Guild and Four-Way Balance, causing a huge commotion. However, none of this had anything to do with Lu Yin. Under the suppression of the Grand Empyrean, the Six Direction Society did not dare to cause trouble for the above heaven sect. The four-way scales did not have the ability to cause trouble. At this moment, Lu Yin was feeling the most comfortable. The more Grandmaster Ancestor powerhouses there were in the sky, the more authority he would have in the Six Directions Association in the future, and the more trouble he would have with the four cardinal scales. One day he would tip the scales and return the starry sky tree to the Lu family. In the back mountains of Heaven's Sky sect, Zhao Ran was all smiles as she brewed tea. Ever since she had started following Lu Yin, she had never brewed so many cups of tea in one go. Now that she had brewed 7 cups, she was very satisfied. Lu Yin, the blood ancestor, Elder Chan, Lu Yun, Leng Qing, Master Shan, and senior brother Wuxia. 7 progenitors had gathered at the back of the mountain. This was the first time so many progenitors had gathered since the establishment of the above heaven. Including Zhu Jiao and Yi Qi, who could be summoned from the commander appointment platform, Lu Yin had mobilized a total of 8 progenitors, including himself. Unfortunately, the blood ancestor's battle prowess couldn't be counted. He was already in his twilight years. Master Shan's battle prowess was comparable to the blood ancestor's. After all, he used a black energy source. The path that above heaven had to take was long and arduous. For a day, everyone gathered at the back of the mountain. No one knew what they were talking about. Lu Bujing and the others could have joined in, but they did not. This was a gathering of progenitor realm experts in the truest sense of the word. If they went, they would feel that something was wrong. The blood ancestor was very happy. Seeing the above heaven continuously increase the number of progenitors meant that this place was growing stronger, and that the humans were growing stronger as well. A few days later, Lu Yin sat alone at the back of the mountain. He had already undergone 8 origin tribulations and was at the peak of the emissary realm. He had already broken through to the half-ancestor realm, and it seemed that he would be able to attempt a breakthrough soon. Once he became a half-ancestor, he would only be one step away from the peak of the human race. However, that step was extremely difficult to cross. Lung Qing was naturally overseeing the above heaven sect. The astral beast domain could be sent to the others, as there were still quite a few half-ancestors. Although only Elder Chan and Lung Qing had broken through to the progenitor realm after the establishment of the above heaven sect, there were nearly 10 half-ancestors. This was a gratifying number. Although these half-ancestors had not broken through the 3 stages and could not possibly reach the progenitor realm, they were still quite good. Lu Yin looked into the distance. It seemed that it was time to go to the astral tree domain to seize the origin item. Only the astral tree domain had the origin item, and it was in the sovereign realm. However, the 4 cardinal scales each had their own origin item. The sovereign realm's origin item was only used for trials and competition. Back when he had competed with the 4 young ancestors, they had all failed. Could it be that none of them had broken through the 3 stages? Of course not. To some people, the sovereign realm's competition for the origin item was just for show. It was more like a show of strength for the 4 young ancestors and paved the way for them to win over followers. Even if they did not obtain the origin item, the people behind them would still give it to them. The above heaven sect also needed such a foundation. Not only did they need the origin item, but they also needed tribulation crystals. It was time for Wendy Yushan to absorb tribulation crystals and break through. Lu Yin wanted to give Zhuo Day Night, Wen Sanxi, Ling Gong and Ku Wei enough resources to break through as long as they had the ability. However, Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis and the others had already broken through the 3 stages. Lu Yin had asked around and learned that during the above heaven sect's era, there was no shortage of origin items or tribulation crystals. Cultivation had flourished at that time, and it had been the peak of the human race. Pathmaster, someone by the name of Yi Xing requests an audience, the second Night King said respectfully. He had long since become Lu Yin's servant, and so did the Night King clan. The Day-Night clan had long since become a thing of the past, and the 3rd Night King had already accepted this fact. Lu Yin was surprised. Yi Xing? Bring her here. Soon the 2nd Night King arrived with a woman. The woman had a smile on her face and her gaze was gentle. She had a graceful temperament, and no matter how one looked at her, she looked like a lady from a wealthy family. She was not like Yi Xing, who wandered the business world and made a living by trading. Bailan greets Pathmaster Lu. The woman approached Lu Yin and slowly bowed. Lu Yin turned around and smiled at the woman. He gestured for her to take a seat. Bailan did not stand on ceremony and slowly took a seat. She looked at Lu Yin generously, giving him the feeling that she could open her heart to him. Lu Yin sat across from her. I've heard of Yi Xing, but I've never had any dealings with him. Miss Bailan, can you introduce him to me? Bailan smiled and said, Of course you can. Yi Xing travels through the various parallel universes and specializes in evaluating the quality of resources in parallel universes and setting up a reasonable exchange ratio to break through the barriers of parallel universes transactions. Through this we collect a meager commission. Dao Master, you can consider us, Yi Xing, as a merchant guild. However, our merchant guild only deals in the exchange of parallel universes and resources, and the commission is 1%. Only trade for resources? Lu Yin thought back to Zhu Yi, who he had met in the drifting cloud space. That guy had been selling demi-humans. Was that not Yi Xing's business? Perhaps, that Zhu Yi seemed to be someone from the Zhu clan's merchant association. Bailan said, That's right. We only trade for resources and nothing else. I came to find Path Master Lu this time because the three sovereigns have opened a passage to the primordial space. The primordial space is now connected and I, Yi Xing, can estimate the exchange ratio between the primordial space and the Six Directions Society. From now on, the primordial space can exchange for resources from any parallel universe of the Six Directions Society, and the Six Directions Society can also exchange for resources from the primordial space. Lu Yin was not interested in what she was saying. He could leave the financial matters to Xianxia. What he cared about was Yi Xing. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table and sized up Bailan. This woman's cultivation was not high, and she seemed to have just broken through to become an envoy. However, Yi Xing's people did not care about cultivation. They had an eye treasure that allowed them to travel through the void. Back then Lu Yin could not kill Zhu Yi even if he wanted to. That was one of Yi Xing's methods. Bailan was not angered by Lu Yin's unbridled gaze, and she generously returned his gaze. This person was a legend. As the young master of the Lu family who had been exiled, he had lost his memories and cultivation and had started anew. Yet, in just a few short decades he had reached the peak and even faced off against the Six Directions Society. His name had reached the ears of the Grand Empyreans, and he had confronted the three sovereigns and 9 sages. To be honest, as a member of Yi Xing, Bailan had seen many strange people. Those who could trade with Yi Xing's people were all important figures from various parallel universes, but this was the first time she had met someone like Lu Yin. This person did not even care about the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. He had just walked out of the endless battlefield, and the above heaven had welcomed another powerhouse who had broken through. Bailan felt that this person had the potential to become the chosen one. She could not be too casual when facing this person. Even if Yi Xing's people could do as they pleased in the Six Directions Society, this was the primordial space, a place that had once given birth to the most glorious above heaven. This was a place that everyone in the Six Directions Society would remember, regardless of whether they loathed or hated it. The primordial space was different from any other parallel universe of the Six Directions Society, including the reincarnation spacetime. The two looked at each other, both thinking about something. Zhou Ran had arrived and was preparing tea for Bailan. Bailan stared blankly at the strange hot tea and then at Zhou Ran. When she saw the expectant look on Zhou Ran's face, she subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Was he trying to poison her to death? This was tea. It was clearly poison and there was definitely something alive in it. She had even seen something swimming around. Lu Yin came back to his senses and saw Bailan looking at the hot tea with a strange expression. He coughed and said, "Zhou Ran prepared this especially for you. Do you want to try it?" Bailan looked at Lu Yin. "I'm from the Yi Xing sect. I don't participate in any fights." Lu Yin laughed. "Don't misunderstand. This is really tea and it's delicious." He then took a sip himself. Bailan watched as Lu Yin drank the entire cup of tea without hesitation. She swallowed her saliva and looked at Zhou Ran again. Zhou Ran stared at her expectantly. Bailan considered herself to be brave, knowledgeable, and forthright. She had a good reputation in the Yi Xing sect, but even she had moments of hesitation. She smiled bitterly, picked up the tea and drank it all in one gulp. Zhou Ran's heart ached. She had spent a lot of effort to brew this tea and it was tasteless to drink it like this. Bailan put down the cup and her eyes lit up as she thought about it. "Not bad." Zhou Ran smiled. Lu Yin smiled as well. "As long as you like it." Bailan looked at Zhou Ran. "Can I have another cup? I'll savor it slowly this time." The word, savor, stimulated Zhou Ran. She became excited and clenched her fists tightly. "Wait." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Those who did not know better would have thought that they were fighting. "I've been running around for Bao Bao for the past few days. Everything will settle down in a few days and I'll update when the time comes. Thank you for your support, brothers." Chapter 2769. Bailan chuckled. "Dao Master Lu, the people here are very interesting." Because of the cup of tea, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Lu Yin no longer hesitated and directly asked, "Since it's a deal, we need to know who it is. Miss Bailan, may I ask who Yi Xing represents?" Bailan had expected Lu Yin to ask this. Countless people in the Six Direction Association wanted to know, but there were only a few who truly knew. "How much does Dao Master Lu know about the Six Direction Association?" Bailan asked. Lu Yin shook his head. "Not much. If the passage hadn't opened, I wouldn't have been able to enter." Bailan nodded. The Six Direction Association includes the 62 parallel universes in the endless battlefield. They are collectively known as the Six Direction Association. The Six Direction Association represents the current universe that humans know of, but there are more than just the Six Direction Association in the universe. No one knows how many parallel universes there are. Some parallel universes have the same people while others are only the size of a palm. This is the universe. Aside from the Six Direction Association, there are also those who don't join the Six Direction Association or are unwilling to join the Six Direction Association. I Yixing am one of them. My name is Bai Rong. Lu Yin's fingers moved. He appeared calm but his heart was in turmoil. Bai Rong? He had heard of this name before. Came from the zombie god. When he had been chased by the zombie god in the Starfall Sea, he had taken out the corpse he had obtained from the burial garden to resist the zombie god's power. When the zombie god saw the corpse, she had said 2 words, Bai Rong. Lu Yin had learned that the corpse's name was Bai Rong. That corpse was Yixing's master? Bai Rong and Bailan had similar names. Did they come from the same family or spacetime? Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring and listened to Bailan quietly. Bailan didn't notice Lu Yin's abnormality and continued, "This is not a secret, but it is still a secret. Some people will never know about it. Dao Master Lu, you are the Dao Master of the Genesis Space's heavenly sect and have several powerful subordinates. You are qualified to speak with the Six Direction Association and can know about it. That's why I said that Yixing will not participate in any battles between the Six Direction Association and the Genesis Space. We are not part of the Six Direction Association and will not listen to the Grand Empyrean's orders. We are Bai Rong's subordinates." Lu Yin looked at Bailan. "Bai Rong can disobey the Grand Empyrean." Bailan said proudly, "Yixing doesn't need to listen to the orders of the Great Heavenly Venerate." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Miss should be aware of what happened in my primordial space some time ago. Because of the tyranny of the 3 monarch spacetimes, they wanted to swallow my above heaven sect and almost caused a war. The Grand Empyrean ordered me to enter the endless battlefield to atone for my sins. Therefore, to me, a powerhouse who doesn't listen to the Grand Empyrean's orders is worthy of respect. Senior Barong, can you tell me more about it?" Bailan was very happy. Respecting Lord Bairong is the same as respecting all of us, respecting Yixing. Since Daoist Master Lu wants to know, I am naturally willing to tell you. Thank you. Wearing a solemn expression, Bai Lan slowly told him everything she knew about Bai Rong with longing and enthusiasm. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring as he listened. This feeling was very strange. In reality, Bai Lan didn't know much. Her level was too far away from Bai Rong's, and she had only told him what she had heard from others. However, this information was enough for Lu Yin to have a general understanding of the situation. Bai Rong was a powerhouse who had fought his way through the endless battlefield and escaped from the encirclement of the 7 sky gods by himself. This was his greatest achievement, and it was also his qualification to disregard the Grand Empyrean's orders. Only by doing this would he be able to disregard the Grand Empyrean and bring Yixing into the Six Direction Society without obeying its orders. Although Bai Lan spoke for a long time, this was the only information Lu Yin had truly heard. He was very clear about the terror of the endless battlefield, and he was even more clear about the strength of the 7 sky gods. To be able to fight his way through the endless battlefield and escape from the encirclement of the 7 sky gods, what kind of spirit and strength was this? At the very least, Lu Yin couldn't imagine that Curmudgeon Mo alone could cause the above heaven sect to panic at the slightest sound. The reason why he had left Ling Qing behind was because he was worried that Curmudgeon Mo would come. Curmudgeon Mo shouldn't have reached the level of the 7 sky gods. The strength of the 7 sky gods was evident. Bai Rong was a ruthless man who could fight the 7 sky gods head-on. He was definitely at the level of Great Elder Shan Gu and Void Master. No wonder he didn't listen to the orders of the Grand Empyrean. Other than Luo Shan, the other rulers of the Six Direction Society, regardless of whether it was Shan Gu, Void Master or Wei Zhu, Lu Yin believed that they could all obtain the respect of the Grand Empyrean to a certain extent. Their strength was unfathomable and Bai Rong should be at this level. Experts outside of the Six Direction Society? Lu Yin knew of 2 such experts. One was Bai Rong and the other was Jiang Qin and Jiang Qinyue's father, the Lightning Lord. The person who could make the Ancestor Realm Holy Light Dragon Tortoise call him master. He was a person that even the eternal race didn't dare to offend. Then where is this senior Bai Rong now? Lu Yin asked as he stared at Bai Lon. At this moment, Zhao Ran arrived with a freshly brewed tea. Bai Lon stared at it blankly. She had thought that it would be the same as the previous one. Why did it change? This tea was strange no matter how she looked at it. There was actually a moving airflow floating above it. Was this tea? She had dared to drink the previous cup, but this one? She regretted it. She shouldn't have asked for another cup. Zhao Ran looked at her expectantly. This sister of hers was too cute. She hadn't received such a request for many years. Sister, do you want to taste it? Bai Lon was speechless. Wasn't this word a little provocative? Lu Yin said, Zhao Ran, you can leave first. Zhao Ran blinked. Sister wants to taste the tea. Lu Yin looked at Bai Lon. Bai Lon took a deep breath and forced a smile. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. Zhao Ran's eyes widened. Lu Yin was curious. Zhao Ran's tea had never been the same. This cup, how should he put it, had the feeling that it would last for a long time. He didn't want to touch it. Good tea. Bai Lon praised, her eyes shining as she looked at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran was overjoyed. Thank you. She then left in high spirits. Bai Lon exhaled as she watched Zhao Ran leave. She looked at the teacup with lingering fear. The airflow floating above it had actually formed a spider. Miss Bai Lon. Bai Lon was stunned. She pushed the teacup away and blushed when she met Lu Yin's gaze. Dao Master Lu, please speak. Lu Yin stared at Bai Lon. Where is that senior Bai Rong? I'd like to pay him a visit. Bai Lon smiled. He's in seclusion. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Dao Master Lu. Seclusion. Lu Yin stared at Bai Lon, wanting to see if she was lying. Bai Rong's corpse was clearly with him. Bai Lon naturally met Lu Yin's gaze and did not back down. Yes, Lord Bai Rong has been in seclusion for a very long time. However, powerhouses like him can go into seclusion for tens of thousands or even millions of years before coming out. She did not continue, but it was obvious that she was very agitated. Lu Yin felt that Bai Lon was not lying. Did she not know that Bai Rong was dead? Everyone in the Eternals knew. If she did not know, then that meant that most people in the Yixing did not know either. In that case, who was in charge of the Yixing right now? Lu Yin asked this question. Bai Lon replied, Lord Bai Ting is Lord Bai Rong's servant and he's in charge of the Yixing. Although he's a servant, Lord Bai Ting is also an extremely powerful powerhouse. Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. A servant was in charge of the Yixing, but the master was already dead. In that case, who was in charge of the Yixing? Lu Yin looked down at his cosmic ring. The Yixing held a terrifying amount of wealth, and even a 1% commission was terrifying. It was equivalent to 1% of all the resources that had been exchanged in parallel universes for countless years. Although many people did not look for the Yixing to exchange for resources, as long as they did, they would be able to exchange for a large amount of resources. He didn't forget that Yixing, every person who traveled through time and space, was known as a moving money bag. He was looking forward to seeing how many resources the Yixing had. After talking so much, Dao Master Lu, can we talk about the exchange rate? Bai Lon asked. She was quite satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. If this person respected Bai Rong, then he would be respected by the Yixing as well. Lu Yin replied, I'll find someone to discuss this with you. After all, I'm not very good at these things. Bai Lon nodded. Of course. Lu Yin looked at Bai Lon. I have a small favor that I don't know if Miss Bai Lon can help me with. Bai Lon was puzzled. Help. Dao Master Lu, I Yixing will not participate in any of the Six Direction Society's battles, nor will I help anyone. I also won't give you any information. I can't help you with anything. Lu Yin smiled. It has nothing to do with that. I just hope that someone from the primordial space can join the Yixing. Bai Lon was shocked. You want your people to join the Yixing? Lu Yin nodded. Bai Lon pondered for a moment. It's not impossible. I've already recruited some people from the Six Direction Society. After all, it's much better to have someone from that space-time represent us when making a trade. However, they need to pass a test. Lu Yin stood up and sighed. I'll be straightforward. The test is only for certain people. Some people can choose not to pass the test. You should be very clear about that. Bai Lon did not act pretentious and stood up. All right, Dao Master Lu, you can let your people join the Yixing. However, the Yixing has its own rules. Once they join the Yixing, they are not allowed to participate in any battles, whether it's the primordial space, the Six Direction Society, or the primordial space itself. No problem. Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. Bai Lan continued, there's one more thing. The I Ching's rules are that men lead men and women lead women. In other words, I can only bring women into the I Ching. Why is that? Lu Yin did not understand. Bai Lan explained, feelings are a characteristic of human nature. Can be a strength or a weakness. No one can guarantee that there are no feelings between men and women. Closeness can affect a trade. In order to eliminate this possibility, we have this rule. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Good rules. What about the quota? Bai Lan was stunned. Quota? Of course. How many people can you bring into the I Ching? Lu Yin asked matter-of-factly. Bai Lan smiled bitterly. It seems that Dao Master Lu is not only recommending one person. However, my abilities are limited and I can only bring one person into the I Ching. Any more than that and I can't. This is also a rule. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Second Night King. Dao Master. The Second Night King walked out and bowed. Fine, Madame Nalan. The Second Night King acknowledged and left. Chapter 2770. Is there really only one spot? Lu Yin looked back at Bai Lan. Bai Lan helplessly replied, one spot is already pretty good and it's only because of my surname. Lu Yin understood. Bai as in Bai Rong meant that her status in I Ching was not simple. Let's wait. The person who wants to come won't arrive that quickly. In the Outerverse, on a giant spacecraft outside of Myriad City, Madame Nalan stretched lazily as she watched the distant city shrink before leaving. She wore a thin silk dress that faintly revealed her figure. She was enchanting and beautiful, but unfortunately, no one could appreciate her beauty. She picked up a book, lay down and quietly read it. This book came from Myriad City and it was the most popular book in the city. It was also the most popular book in the entire Fifth Mainland. It was called The Legendary Dao Lord, and it recorded Lu Yin's legendary past. Almost everyone in the Fifth Mainland had a copy. As she read, Madame Nalan grew sleepy. At that moment an old woman's voice came from outside. Madam, the transaction has begun. Madame Nalan grunted. Let them do as they wish. Yes. The old woman retreated. There were many things that Madame Nalan did not need to worry about. On the Fifth Mainland, no one dared to lie to the Nalan family. Everyone knew that the Nalan family had helped Lu Yin many times when he had just started out, and they had Lu Yin's backing. Madame Nalan could also enter the above-the-sky sect at any time. Doing business with such an existence would make anyone want to lose money in exchange for a favor. Furthermore, there was no one else who was worthy of Madame Nalan showing up. The wisest decision for the Nalan family was to invest in Lu Yin, which would allow the Nalan family to prosper for tens of thousands of years. At that moment the old woman returned. Madam, the Second Night King requests an audience. Madame Nalan was shocked. The Second Night King? She hurriedly put on her clothes and walked out. The Second Night King could not possibly come to see her, and there was only one person in the universe who could make him run errands for her. Greetings, madam. The Second Night King was extremely polite to Madame Nalan. He knew that this woman was one of the few people that Lu Yin cared about. Although they had not met much, her importance in Lu Yin's heart was not low. Madame Nalan looked at the Second Night King and smiled faintly. Sir, what business do you have here? I've been ordered by the Dao Lord to invite Madame to the Sky Sect. Bai Lan sat alone in the Sky Sect's back mountain. Lu Yin had already left and he could not stay by her side forever. And the person Bai Lan saw the most was Zhou Ran. He wanted to learn more about Lu Yin from Zhou Ran. After all, he was the master of the primordial space and the essence of the transaction was not a commodity but a person. In order to get information from Zhou Ran, she kept praising Zhou Ran's tea. She drank 5 cups in a row. With Zhou Ran's unusual method, each cup was shocking, but it was unexpectedly delicious. Bai Lan didn't know what to say. Finally, after drinking her 6th cup, Zhou Ran affectionately called her sister. She felt that the time had come. Little sister Zhou Ran, how old is Master Lu this year? Zhou Ran was at a loss. Who is Master Lu? Bai Lan was startled and sized up Zhou Ran. Was this girl playing with her? That's the guy just now. Oh, you mean His Highness? I don't know. Does Daoist Master Lu often receive guests here? I don't know. Sorry, Zhou Ran is out of stock. I didn't scold you. No. Big sister, is this your first time here? Would you like some tea? Bailan could tell that this girl was playing dumb. She rolled her eyes. Alright, I'll drink. Okay, I don't want to drink anymore. Zhou Ran was disappointed. Big sister, if you want to drink tea, just call me. I'm not far away and I'll hear you if you shout. Big sister, you haven't tried my tea before. It's really delicious. His Highness and the others all like it. Bailan blinked and watched Zhou Ran leave. She had already drunk 8 cups, but she still hadn't tried it before? Filled with resentment towards Zhou Ran, Bailan waited for Madame Naylan to arrive. The moment she saw her, Bailan knew that this woman was too suitable for Yixing. She had a beautiful yet fresh face, and her every movement exuded a mature charm. This was an important advantage for a businesswoman. Her face was slightly pale, but it made her look even more delicate. This was especially true for her skin, which was sparkling and snow-white. Her skin was like ice and jade, and her smile was enough to cause ripples in one's heart. She wasn't pretentious, but she was more attractive than any other woman. Her maturity was something that couldn't be underestimated. She was a natural-born businesswoman who had always been successful. Lu Fuxue greets Miss Bailan. Madame Naylan smiled and bowed. She was neither servile nor overbearing, and when she stood next to Bailan, it seemed as if she was the guide instead of Bailan. Bailan reacted as she had seen too many people before. Although Madame Naylan had made her eyes light up, she still had to ask the necessary questions. Yixing wasn't someone that anyone could join, and even if they didn't need to pass Yixing's special test, they still needed to have the most basic judgment. Bailan asked Madame Naylan a few questions, all of which were related to business. Madame Naylan had dominated the outerverse business world for many years and had brought the Naylan family to such heights. How could she be stumped by these questions? Even Zhu Yi had passed the test, so Lu Yin was rather confident in Madame Naylan's abilities. If the other party was a progenitor and asked you to reduce your commission, what would you do? Bailan asked. This was her last question, and although it wasn't considered a test question, she still wanted to ask. She wanted to see Madame Naylan's answer and use it to determine the temperament of the people in the primordial space. She had asked this question to many people, including Yixing and the other newcomers, and their answers were more or less the same. In most people's minds, progenitors were the pinnacle of the universe. If such a person spoke, they would have to give face in exchange for a favorable impression of Yixing. This answer wasn't wrong, but it wasn't outstanding either. Madame Naylan looked up and met Bailan's eyes. Oh. Why? Bailan was calm, as there were many people who gave such an answer. Some people liked to take a different approach in order to attract her attention. Madame Naylan revealed a mesmerizing smile. Because this is Yixing's rule. Bailan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of provoking enemies for Yixing? If any progenitor is hostile to Yixing, it might attract trouble, and it would be even more troublesome for you. Madame Naylan smiled. If Yixing is afraid of trouble, then why would he make a deal with a progenitor? A person's greed is limitless, and it has nothing to do with one's realm. If he makes a deal with a progenitor, then he'll have to take a step back. As for myself, I'll just leave Yixing. I don't care. Bailan's gaze turned cold. You don't care? Do you understand Yixing? Do you know how many people dream of joining Yixing? Madame Naylan combed her hair. I don't understand, and I don't need to understand. I'm very satisfied with my current state of life. Now, I don't need to scheme against anyone, and I don't need to fight for small profits. The other party will naturally give me the biggest profit, even if he doesn't want it. Bailan looked deeply at Madame Naylan, and the coldness in her gaze faded, turning into a smile. Then I'll have to disappoint you. Congratulations, from now on you're Yixing's person and I'll be your guide, she said. She took out an eye and handed it to Madame Naylan. Madame Naylan was a little disappointed, but she didn't care too much. To be able to enjoy peace and endure pain, this was a qualified merchant. However, this eye was too terrifying. This is my symbol, and it's also what you'll rely on to travel through time in the future. With it, not many people can attack you, even if the other party is in progenitor. Bailan introduced. Madame Naylan put it away. I'll give you 1 day to prepare, and you'll leave with me tomorrow. Once you join Yixing, you'll lose your personal identity. You'll represent Yixing, and Yixing will protect you. You're not allowed to participate in any disputes outside of Yixing unless Yixing agrees to it. Bailan warned her before stepping into the void and leaving. She didn't go far, but instead stayed outside above the sky sect, waiting to take Madame Naylan away at this time tomorrow. Madame Naylan sat down on the spot and propped her chin up with one hand. She stared into the distance in a daze, like a beautiful statue. Lu Yin arrived and sat down across from her. Actually, I don't really want to leave. I'm very satisfied with my current life. Madame Naylan spoke slowly, not looking at Lu Yin as she continued to stare into the distance. Lu Yin smiled. Just treat it as a favor. I need someone to join Yixing. What's your goal? She asked. Lu Yin thought about it. I haven't thought of it yet, but I suddenly thought of it. If I can think of something in the future, I'll contact you. Madame Naylan sighed and put down her pure white arm. She looked at Lu Yin with a mesmerizing smile. Merchants pursue profit. If I help you, what can you give me in return? Lu Yin replied, that depends on what you want. Madame Naylan chuckled, her eyes bright and filled with Lu Yin's image. What if I say that I want you? Lu Yin was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Are you going to do this every time we meet? Be careful not to burn yourself. Madame Naylan laughed heartily. I really want to see what the great Tao Master Lu looks like when he loses control. Lu Yin shook his head. Enter Yixing, stay there in peace. That's another world. You can only see the true universe there. Madame Naylan rolled her eyes. With the truth there will always be danger. If you're in danger, I'll save you. The kind that disregards everything? You can say that. Madame Naylan stood up and winked playfully at Lu Yin. I'm suddenly full of confidence. Thank you, Tao Master Lu. Investing in you is indeed the most worthwhile. I'm going back to the spacecraft to deal with some family matters. Second Night King, see Madame Naylan out, Lu Yin ordered. The second Night King walked out and respectfully led Madame Naylan away. Lu Yin exhaled. Every time he spoke to her, it was tiring. She always seemed to have him in her grasp. What a charming and intelligent demoness. After smoothly getting Madame Naylan to join Yixing, the next step was to negotiate with Bai Lan and Xianxia. Lu Yin would not participate, and he did not know how to participate. For the time being, the star essence from the origin space was not of much value to the Hexagon Society. The reincarnation spacetime also used star essence, but it was different from the origin spaces. It was unlikely that Lu Yin would be able to rely on Yixing to increase his trade with the origin space. It had been more than 4 months since his identity as Xianxia had gone into seclusion. He had thought that it would take at least a few years for him to return from the endless battlefield, but it had been much faster than expected. Lu Yin took a step forward and headed towards the astral tree. There was someone he needed to meet. Chapter 2771. It hadn't been long since Lu Yin had come to the astral tree realm. Last time he had gone to the White Dragon clan. This time he was going to the frigid Immortal sect. Ever since he had obtained the Celestial Eye, the first person he wanted to see was Bai Xianer. This woman was the only one who could ignore the suppression of the power in his heart even though they were in the same realm. The power in his heart had formed a starry sky, and it could even suppress the divine martial aura and sapphire force. However, it couldn't suppress Bai Xianer. This had always been a thorn in Lu Yin's heart, and he wanted to see her clearly. It was chaos outside the frigid Immortal sect. All kinds of strange beasts were running away, kicking up dust into the sky. The disciples of the frigid Immortal sect surrounded the beasts and shouted. As the strongest sect in the astral tree realm, this kind of thing was almost impossible. Moreover, it was happening right in front of their gate. It would be very embarrassing if others saw it. However, today was the day of the frigid Immortal sect's recruitment. Seeing the elegant disciples of the frigid Immortal sect chasing the beasts and making a mess, those who wanted to join the frigid Immortal sect doubted their lives. Was this really the frigid Immortal sect? Outside the frigid Immortal sect, Zhou Xian's face was pale. He looked at the dust in the sky and heard the beast howling. He finally couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" The shout gave the disciples a fright as well as the exotic beasts that were running away. The beasts looked at Zhou Xian with fear in their eyes. Astral sources surged out of Zhou Xian's body. He had broken through to the first tribulation origin realm. As one of the strongest disciples of the frigid Immortal sect, he had gone to the sovereign realm with Bai Xiaohong. At that time his cultivation was similar to that of the 10 arbiters, so it was normal for him to break through. Although Zhou Xian was only at the first tribulation origin realm, his status was comparable to some elders because of his identity as an elite disciple. Everyone knew that he would become a senior member of the frigid Immortal sect in the future. After all, by Xiaohong and Dong he had died in his time. After a short silence, the beasts started running again. Dong Shan glanced around, and the disciples who wanted to join the frigid immortal sect lowered their heads in fear. No need to catch them. Kill them. Dong Shan shouted. Senior brother, please be merciful. They've only lost their minds and haven't hurt anyone. Please show mercy, senior brother. Dong Shan stared into the distance with an ice-cold expression. Hua Beibei, I've already given you a chance. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it. Immediately kill these mutated beasts. In the future, if any mutated beasts escape from their cages, kill them without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of frigid celestial sect disciples rushed out of the mountain gate and raised their weapons at the strange beasts. Those who wanted to join the cold immortal sect looked a little better. This was the real cold immortal sect, decisive and decisive. That farce just now was too embarrassing. At this moment, the frigid immortal sect was worth their efforts to join. Hua Beibei howled in grief as she watched the butcher's knife fall. Her heart ached so much that she could die. These beasts were all nurtured by him. Suddenly the earth trembled. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat and their movements stopped. Whether it was the people, the beasts, the disciples of the East Mountain or the disciples of the frigid immortal sect, they all stopped what they were doing. Everyone seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. The earth trembled once again from afar. Everyone was stunned. They looked over and saw a figure walking over step by step. Every step caused the earth to tremble. They subconsciously stopped and didn't dare to move in the slightest. It was as if they would die if they moved. Hua Beibei looked at the person walking over from afar, her mouth wide open. It's him. Dong Shan's pupils shrank. Lu Yin. The alarm of the frigid immortal sect sounded. A large number of disciples gathered at the mountain gate and looked into the distance vigilantly and nervously. Inside the mountain gate, Bai Ting, Old Ghost, Bai Su, Elder Shizi and the others walked out together. Lu Yin was here. What did he want to do? Bai Qi opened her eyes. Inform the ancestor immediately. The entire frigid immortal sect moved. Powerhouses walked out of the mountain gate one by one. Those who wanted to join the frigid immortal sect were stunned. They had never seen so many big shots. Bai Weiwei also walked out and looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Was it you, Hao? Lu Yin walked over and appeared in front of Hua Beibei. He looked at her. Back then, did you tell Bai Ting that I used the split the heavens combat skill on the back battlefield? Hua Beibei was stunned and a little confused. What split the heavens combat skill? Lu Yin stared at him for a while then looked away. It's nothing. Get lost. After speaking, he waved his hand and threw Hua Beibei and the other mutated beasts out. If Hua Beibei didn't tell him, then Bai Ting had indeed wronged him on Dragon Mountain. At that time, Lu Yin guessed that Bai Ting wanted to use this reason to drag him down. Bai Xiaohong was dead, so he wasn't so rational. Now it was confirmed. As for Hua Beibei, if he didn't throw him out, he wouldn't be able to stay in the frigid immortal sect in the future. Looking at the frigid immortal sect again, Lu Yin saw Bai Ting and the others outside the mountain gate. He also saw those who wanted to join the frigid immortal sect. Most of them were very young and some were even children. They all looked at him curiously. Lu Yin took another step forward. When he was only a few meters away from the frigid immortal sect, he looked up. Where's Bai Wang Yuan? Bai Qi walked out and faced Lu Yin. Why are you here? Lu Yin looked at Bai Qi. I was bored, so I came to take a look. Bai Qi frowned. Lu Xiaoxian, although half of the ancestral realm experts of the 4 cardinal scales are helping to defend against the 6 cardinal faction, it doesn't mean that you can fight against us. At least you can't fight against the 3 ancestors. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, it's just 3 old things. How long have they lived compared to how long have I lived? These old things schemed and plotted against my Lu family. In the end they were threatened by me, Lu Xiaoxian. They've lived for so many years in vain. Lu Xiaoxian. Bai Qi shouted angrily, glaring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze swept past her and looked at the mountain gate. He looked at the ignorant children, young people, and the elders who had high hopes for them. They were all outside the frigid immortal sect, trying their best to get their children to join. Why do you want to join the frigid immortal sect? Lu Yin asked. Bai Qi and the others' expressions changed. Lu Xiaoxian, what are you trying to do? Do you want to start a war? Lu Yin didn't care about her. Sunset flower. Sooner or later I'll flatten this place. Bai Qi shouted angrily. Lu Xian. Lu Yin sneered. He saw the confused eyes of the children and the elders of the children looking at him blankly. They were all at a loss. As far as they knew, the frigid immortal sect was the most powerful of the four forces. But now Lu Yin was standing right in front of their mountain gate and insulting them. The frigid immortal sect couldn't do anything about it. As for Lu Yin, he had helped the starry sky of trees expel the Eternals. He was the son of the Lu family and the sect master of the above heaven sect. They all knew that. Someone who could bring their children to the frigid immortal sect was definitely not simple. The more they knew, the more confused they were. If the frigid immortal sect didn't do anything, how could they convince the others? Bai Qi trembled with anger. She wanted to attack, but she knew very well that she was far from being a match for Lu Yin. Even if Bai Xing came, what could he do? In the entire astral tree realm, only Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan could truly pose a threat to Lu Yin. These two were truly from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. As long as Bai Wangyuan didn't come, no one could do anything to Lu Yin. At this moment, Bai Wangyuan couldn't come out unless a war really broke out. Lu Yin only insulted them verbally and didn't attack the frigid immortal sect. Now was not the time to fight to the death. Just take it as venting for Lu Yin. Previously, they almost caused a war to destroy the above heavens sect. Lu Yin looked at the frigid immortal sect again and saw Bai Ting, Old Ghost, Bai Elder Shizi, Bai Weiwei and Shi Exen. Some of them hated him, some were afraid of him, and some didn't know how to face him. Where is Bai Xianer? Lu Yin asked. Finally he looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi clenched her fists. Lu Xian, if you have any grievances you can go to the ancestor. The one who exiled your Lu family is the ancestor in the 6 direction sect. Lu Yin found it funny. You want to say that I'm unfair to you? Bai Qi was about to say yes, but she suddenly remembered that the person in front of her was Lu Xian. How old was he? He was the same age as Xian or much younger than her. He was her junior, but she asked him to go to the ancestor? How ridiculous. How was it unfair? It was unfair for him to go to the ancestor. Bai Qi was speechless. Lu Yin looked up. Where is Bai Xianer? Are you here to look for Xianer? Bai Qi reacted and asked. Lu Yin said, she and I have unfinished grievances. Ask her to come out. Bai Qi shook her head. Xianer is not in the sect. Where is she? Lu Yin frowned. The celestial eye appeared on his forehead and scanned the frigid immortal sect. The celestial eye didn't shine, so these people couldn't see it. They didn't even know about the existence of the celestial eye unless Bai Wangyuan was here. Bai Wangyuan was definitely not in the frigid immortal sect. He should be in the sovereign realm. I don't know where Xianer is, Bai Qi replied. Seeing Lu Yin looking at the sect in a daze, she didn't know why, but she felt uneasy. It was as if she had been seen through. At this moment, Lu Yin's celestial eye swept across the frigid immortal sect. He didn't see Bai Xianer, but he saw the clouds clearly. In the frigid immortal sect, there had always been a trial called Heavens Beyond. Lu Yin had participated in the trial and successfully ascended to Heavens Beyond. He saw Bai Xing above the clouds. Originally he didn't understand these clouds at all. Now with the celestial eye, those clouds couldn't hide. They weren't clouds at all. They were formed by Wangyuan's power. Rather than saying that Heavens Beyond was a trial, it was more accurate to say that it was Bai Wangyuan's trial. It was no wonder that at the last step of Heavens Beyond he saw so many people wanting to trample him to death. He turned into a grasshopper and was constantly being trampled to death on that street. He constantly hoped that he would be trampled to death, and those people were all Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan passed the Heavens Beyond trial. The last step of the trial planted an instinct in the trial takers' hearts that they would be trampled to death by him. It was a kind of suppression that was engraved in their bones. No matter who it was, as long as they reached that step, whether they succeeded or not, this suppression would be deeply imprinted in them. In the future they wouldn't be able to resist Bai Wangyuan. This was the truth of Heavens Beyond trial and also the truth of the cultivation world. The top and the bottom. Chapter 2772. Back then Lu Yin had relied on the ancestral scripture to remember who he was. He wasn't a grasshopper but Lu Yin. He had jumped onto those people's heads and stepped on their heads to ascend to Heavens Beyond. If it weren't for the ancestral scripture, Lu Yin would have been imprinted by Wangyuan at that moment. He wouldn't have been able to resist Bai Wangyuan in the future. Bai Wangyuan was too sinister. He was using this method to control everyone. How many people who had ascended to heavens beyond could be like him? For example, how did Bai Xing reach the top? What did Bai Wangyuan mean to him? The more open the trial was, the more Bai Wangyuan could control people. It didn't seem to affect him in the short term, but those who could reach the final step were all top geniuses. Lu Xian isn't in the sect. You're not welcome here. You can leave now, Bai Qi said. She stared at Lu Yin cautiously, afraid that he would attack. Lu Yin looked at Bai Qi. Have you participated in the Heavens Beyond trial? Bai Qi was stunned. She didn't understand why Lu Yin asked this. Of course. Lu Yin didn't ask further. Bai Qi looked like she didn't know the truth. Bai Wangyuan was ruthless. He didn't even let his own daughter go. No wonder he didn't participate in the trial as one of the 7 heroes. Even the 7 heroes didn't participate. At that time he wondered if his family stopped him. However, there were people from his family who participated and ascended to heavens beyond. Did the Lu family know the truth about heavens beyond? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. There was no point in thinking about this now. Bai Xianer was indeed not in the cold immortal sect. He had made a wasted trip. However, since he was here he couldn't just leave empty-handed. Lu Yin's body disappeared. When he reappeared he was already high up in the sky. He raised his hand and used the indestructible state. A powerful aura swept across the sky, causing ripples in the void. Everyone's scalp went numb. Bai Qi exclaimed, Lu Xian, what are you doing? Everyone raised their heads and watched as Lu Yin slammed his palm down. The palm print crushed the void, bringing with it boundless darkness as it ruthlessly slammed into the front gate of the immortal cold sect. The void cracks were like monsters wreaking havoc as they swept out in all directions. Strong winds swept out, lifting up the earth and spreading endlessly. Lu Yin had unleashed a palm strike that had almost penetrated the earth of the top realm. The frigid immortal sect was shaking. All of the disciples' faces were pale as they stared blankly. Who could withstand this palm strike? The children who wanted to join the cold immortal sect were scared at first, but then their eyes lit up. This palm had left an indescribable shock in their hearts. This palm replaced everything they had ever seen and opened up a new world for them. Could a human do this? Piercing through the upper realm with a single palm, this was what it meant to be unrivaled. Who in the universe would dare to act so presumptuously in front of the cold immortal sect? This was a provocation or even a challenge. Lu Yin laughed and left. The frigid immortal sect is full of trash. Why don't you come to my celestial sect? The voice gradually faded away, leaving behind countless dumbfounded gazes. Bai Qi's face was ghastly pale. Lu Xian no longer cared about the frigid immortal sect or the 4 cardinal scales. If he could do so today he could very well make a move on the sect tomorrow. Who could stop him then? Old ancestor, since you've made a move against the Lu clan, why don't you eliminate them completely? Since they couldn't eliminate the root of the problem, why did they attack the Lu clan? In front of the cold immortal sect, the children were all excited and worshipping the celestial sect. Would they be able to join the celestial sect? Lu Yin just gave them a little. He left a seed in their hearts, that was all. Even if they were willing to join the celestial sect, the frigid immortal sect wouldn't let them go. They couldn't afford to lose face. But it was enough. Lu Yin was just showing off. Even if these children joined the frigid immortal sect, they would subconsciously tremble in front of him. This was the effect he wanted. In the past he didn't have the ability, but now he felt that he should show off. Right, since the frigid immortal sect was like this, he couldn't let the Shenwu Plain and the Wang family go either. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Lu Yin went to the Shenwu Plain and left a palm print that pierced through the upper realm. Then he went to the Wang family. The Wang family's continent floated high in the sky under the protection of the mountain and sea realm. He didn't directly attack the Wang family's continent. Instead he punched through it and left a palm print. Other than Long Shan, Lu Yin showed off to the other 3 cardinal scales. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan and Xia Shenji didn't appear. This news quickly spread throughout the starry sky of trees. Countless people guessed that it wouldn't be long before Lu Yin returned to the starry sky of trees. Long Shan didn't feel happy. Instead he felt depressed. Lu Yin went to the other 3 cardinal scales to show off, but he didn't go to Long Shan. This wasn't friendship but disregard. The cardinal scales had been reduced to 3 cardinal scales. The White Dragon tribe was no longer an enemy in Lu Yin's heart. Grand Elder Ni Huang's expression was gloomy. Only by breaking through the ancestral scales could Long Shan reach another level of glory. But how? Long Ke came. Grand Elder, another area has been taken away by the Shenwu Plain. Grand Elder Ni Huang's expression became gloomier. Since the death of the dragon ancestor, the White Dragon tribe had been declining. Bai Wang Yuan made it sound nice that the cardinal scales would always be the cardinal scales, but the frigid Immortal sect didn't care about them. The Shenwu Plain and the Wang family were suppressing the White Dragon tribe and dividing their resources. Now it was no longer a question of whether the White Dragon tribe could continue their glory. It was a question of whether they could continue. If she didn't break through the ancestral scales, the White Dragon tribe wouldn't be able to nurture an elite like Long Tian with their current resources. The gap between them and the other 3 cardinal scales would only grow bigger. How's Long Tian? Long Ku frowned. He's very anxious, but the more anxious he is, the harder it will be for him to break through. Grand Elder Ni Huang felt a headache coming on. After thinking for a while, she suddenly recalled Long Shi's suggestion to move the entire White Dragon tribe to the mortal realm and accompany the ancestral scales. If the White Dragon tribe really couldn't continue, then this was also a solution. Right now they didn't even have the qualifications to be looked at by Lu Yin. On the other side, on the Wang family's continent, Wang Gui had a nervous expression. A girl stood behind him. It was his daughter Wang Man, that's all. Wang Zheng's voice traveled down. Wang Gui respectfully replied, yes. I've recorded everything that Wei Rong did in my branch. Wang Man hurriedly added, I've also recorded everything that happened when Wei Rong met me. Wang Jing looked up at them. Let Wei Rong in. Wei Rong quickly walked in and stood beside Wang Gui. He bowed respectfully to Wang Jing. Branch son-in-law Wei Rong greets the clan head. Wang Gui and Wang Man became even more nervous. They didn't know what was waiting for them. Even though Wei Rong seemed to have made a great contribution, he had joined the Wang family with impure motives. They didn't know how the family would deal with him. Wang Jing stared at Wei Rong expressionlessly. Why did you betray Lu Xian? To the above the heavens, Wei Rong had told them that Wuxia wasn't on the Shenwu continent and had asked them to open the passage. This was a betrayal. The 4 heavens were well aware of how worried Lu Yin was about the Shenwu continent. They definitely wouldn't have thought that Lu Yin had deliberately asked them to open the passage. No matter how they looked at it, opening the passage had nearly brought Lu Yin a calamity. If not for the Eternals coincidentally attacking the 3 sovereign spacetime continuum, Lu Xian would have been a stray dog by now. Wei Rong's actions were a betrayal and they had never doubted it. Unless they knew that Shaoyin divinity had suggested that the primordial space join the endless battlefield, they wouldn't have suspected Wei Rong. Wei Rong also knew this and he bowed respectfully. It's not a betrayal. It's revenge. Wang Zheng's eyes flashed. Wei Rong continued, clan head should have already investigated this junior's identity. In the outer verse of the 5th mainland, if not for Lu Yin, I might have been able to unify the outer verse, and my status would have been completely different from what it is now. My family, the power that I controlled and countless years of hard work were all destroyed by Lu Yin in a single day. This grudge is something that I've suppressed for a very, very long time. Wang Jing calmly looked at Wei Rong. Why didn't Lu Xian come to my Wang family to clean up the mess? Wei Rong confidently replied, because he couldn't determine the reason for opening the passage. It might have been a coincidence that the 4 heavens attacked the Shenwu continent, but it might not have been a coincidence. Instead, the 4 heavens have been keeping an eye on the Shenwu continent all this time, perhaps even on the above heaven sect in the humble school. There might also be other reasons. There are too many reasons. No matter how ruthless and merciless he is, it's impossible for him to confirm all of these guesses. Before he can confirm that I was the one who leaked the information, he won't act. After all. At this point, Wei Rong looked at Wang Zheng. I can also be considered an important chess piece that he placed in the Wang family. Wang Gui's heart skipped a beat and his face paled. If Wei Rong hadn't taken the initiative to jump out, he wouldn't have known that this person was from Lu Xiaoxuan's side. If this person really did something to the Wang family for Lu Xiaoxian, then his branch family would be finished. What do you want? Wang Jing asked. Wei Rong's expression was solemn. The outer verse. Wang Jing wasn't surprised. Humans only acted when they had something to ask for. It was impossible for them to take such a huge risk just for revenge. All right, this meritorious service will be considered atonement for infiltrating the Wang family. If you perform another great service, help the four heavens eliminate Zhou Xian, then the outer verse of the fifth mainland will be yours. This is my Wang family's guarantee. Wei Rong was delighted and he bowed deeply. Thank you, family head. This junior will definitely do his best to deal a fatal blow to Lu Yin. Wang Jing was satisfied. As long as Wei Rong hadn't been exposed, then he would still be useful. When Wang Jing had first heard of Wei Rong's name, the Wang family had already investigated him. This person was very important to Zhou Xian, as he had been a powerful helper in Zhou Xiaoxuan's efforts to unify the fifth mainland. Wang Jing had also investigated the conflict between Wei Rong and Zhou Xian. It had to be said that Wei Rong had almost defeated Zhou Xian. Even though Zhou Xian had gained the absolute upper hand, Wei Rong had still used the foreign invasion to stall for time and salvage the situation. There was no need to doubt this person's ability. Wang Jing was looking forward to this person dealing a fatal blow to Zhou Xian. The four heavens and Zhou Xian could go to war at any moment and this person would be very useful. After distancing themselves from Wang Jing, Wang Gui and Wang Man both sighed in relief. Wang Man glared at Wei Rong. It's all because of you. You almost caused the death of my family. Wei Rong smiled. Isn't everything fine? You better not implicate my family or else I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Wang Man was vicious. She hadn't taken a fancy to Wei Rong because of love, but rather because this person was too good at making her happy, regardless of which aspect it was. Furthermore, the Wang family had many branches, and their branch didn't need to be connected by marriage. As such, Wang Jing had just let her be. Who would have thought that she would actually provoke such a person? Chapter 2773. Wang Gui scolded Wang Man and then looked at Wei Rong, wanting to say something. Wei Rong smiled at Wang Gui. Don't worry, father-in-law. I know what to do. Wang Gui looked at him deeply and then nodded. He then pulled Wang Man away. Wei Rong stretched lazily. How exciting. He could scheme against the four cardinal scales and dance on the tip of a blade. So he liked it. It was better than Wang when hiding in the sky all day. Lu Yin left the cosmic trees, disappointed that he did not see Bai Xianer. He did not know where she was. She had not been in the cosmic trees when she had broken through to half-ancestor. But if she was not in the cosmic trees, where else could she be? She cultivated astral energy which could only be found in the Genesis space. Could she be in the reincarnation spacetime? But the astral energy in the reincarnation spacetime was completely different from the Genesis space. Lu Yin stepped out and arrived above the astral river. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned around, heading towards the erudite flow zone. He remembered that there was still progenitor Wuxiang's corpse at the bottom of the astral river. It was not useful to humans, but it would be very useful to the astral beast domain. Increasing the astral beast domain's strength would also increase their strength against the Eternals. Lu Yin confirmed the location that Ghost Monkey had told him and then swept his domain towards the bottom of the astral river. After some time, he found progenitor Wuxiang's corpse some distance away from where Ghost Monkey had told him. There were powerful astral river creatures swimming around progenitor Wuxiang's corpse, and because of progenitor Wuxiang's power, the area had formed a unique region that could trap and kill powerhouses. Even an emissary might not be able to touch progenitor Wuxiang's corpse alive. However, this was no longer a threat to Lu Yin. He easily brought progenitor Wuxiang's corpse out from the bottom of the astral river. Lu Yin could not tell what progenitor Wuxiang's true form was, but half of the corpse was covered in skin that had not yet decayed. It was very large and it really was an astral beast. Lu Yin moved closer to take a look, raised a hand and pressed it against progenitor Wuxiang's hide. When he had first obtained progenitor Wuxiang's hide when he had first started cultivating, he had made many contributions against his enemies. Even an emissary would faint from the shock when they saw it. But now this dizziness no longer had any effect on him. This should be the dizziness brought about by ancestor Wuxiang's innate ability. Progenitor Wuxiang had lived in the era of the human domain's Daoist sect, which was the same era as the 9 mountains and 8 seas. When the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland had gone to war, progenitor Wuxiang had perished together with one of the 6th mainland's progenitors. To the Lu Yin of the past, progenitor Wuxiang was unreachable, and progenitor Wuxiang had been a powerhouse throughout his entire cultivation journey. But now it would appear that ancestor Wuxiang was only an ordinary ancestor. Even though he was incomparably powerful after becoming an ancestor, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious if ancestor Wuxiang were to fight him. Most likely ancestor Wuxiang would win. No matter how strong ancestor Wuxiang was, he would not be much stronger than Lu Yun and the blood ancestor. In the past he had been supreme and mighty, but that was only because he had been in the fifth continent, which had no progenitor realm experts, and had been replaced by the sixth continent. Therefore any progenitor realm expert was unreachable. Lu Yun brought the corpse back to the above heavens sect. The hellworm glanced at Lu Yun and immediately bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but Lu Yun's glare silenced it. The people in the heavenly sect also saw ancestor Wuxiang's corpse and all of them fainted. Not just anyone could stare directly at ancestor Wuxiang's hide, and Lu Yun did not remind them. It could be considered a lesson. The ones who felt it the most were Bu Tian and the ghost monkey. Only they felt a sense of familiarity with ancestor Wuxiang's aura. One turned into a shadow and approached, while the other tore through the void and approached ancestor Wuxiang's corpse. Lu Yun clasped his hands behind his back and stood in front of the corpse. Monkey, you said that it would be helpful to the astral beast domain, so I brought it here. Don't disappoint me. Bu Tian bowed to Lu Yun. Many thanks for bringing ancestor Wuxiang's corpse back, Pathmaster. The astral beast domain will never forget your kindness. The ghost monkey ran over, excited. Seventh bro, you really brought ancestor Wuxiang's corpse back. Lu Yun said indifferently, it took a lot of effort. If it's useless, be careful that I don't bestow the celestial ice phoenix clan to someone else for a harem. The ghost monkey immediately jumped up. It's useful. It's definitely useful. Don't you think so, Bu Tian? Bu Tian looked at the colossal corpse in front of him in amazement. Although only half of the corpse was left, it was still ancestor Wuxiang's corpse, and the pale white bones still exuded a powerful aura. The bones, the fur, everything is useful to the astral beast domain. There's still blood flowing? Lu Yun had not expected that ancestor Wuxiang's corpse would still have blood flowing, even if it was very thin. This is a progenitor. Their bodies are immortal, and even after countless years, even if their bodies turn to dust, their bones will still coagulate and their blood will not dissipate. Bu Tian sighed. Lu Yun recalled that the Sea King had once used progenitor Chen's blood-stained robe to smash the three gates. That robe was as old as ancestor Wuxiang and it was just as powerful. To a certain extent, a progenitor was equivalent to a different kind of life form. The ghost monkey smiled. Seventh bro, look, it's useful, right? He then placed his paw on the corpse. Suddenly, a loud heartbeat resounded in the ears of everyone in the Above the Sky sect. Lu Yun's expression changed and he stared at the ghost monkey. Bu Tian did the same. Countless people looked in their direction. The ghost monkey's eyes were lifeless, and his paw seemed to have fused with ancestor Wuxiang's corpse. The blood flowing in the bones seemed to have been sucked out and directly entered the ghost monkey's body. A towering aura erupted, and the ghost monkey could not suppress his pain as he let out a low growl. The powerful aura caused Bu Tian to subconsciously retreat. Elder Chan, Master Shan, and Lu Yun walked out and surrounded ancestor Wuxiang's corpse. Lu Yun stared at the ghost monkey. The ghost monkey's expression was ferocious, and he roared as if he wanted to pull his paw out of ancestor Wuxiang's corpse, but he could not. Seventh bro, help me. The ghost monkey's voice was hoarse, and his heartbeat grew louder and louder, attracting jailworm's attention. Lu Yun struck out and cracked ancestor Wuxiang's bones. The ghost monkey took the opportunity to pull his paw back, and his body rolled several times before slamming into the wall. He panted heavily as if he had just experienced a life-and-death battle. Everyone looked at him, not understanding what had just happened. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. After a long while, the ghost monkey recovered and stood up shakily. He exhaled. You scared me to death. He glared at ancestor Wuxiang's corpse angrily and almost jumped up to curse. Old thing, didn't we agree to split? You still want to replace me? Bah. This marquis is destined by the heavens and has become one with me. You old thing still want to trick this marquis? Dream on. I will not compromise. Go and die, old thing, shameless bastard. The ghost monkey kept cursing and was rather angry. Lu Yun shouted, that's enough. What happened? The ghost monkey suddenly glared at Lu Yin. Impudent. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and Bu Tian took a step back. Elder Chan, Lu Yun and Master Shan took a step forward. They arrived in front of the ghost monkey. Impudent. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. The ghost monkey was shocked. Seventh bro, save me. Master Shan, wait. Lu Yin stopped him. Master Shan's expression turned ugly as he stared at the ghost monkey. How dare you be rude to the young master? If there is a next time, I will pull out your tendons, skin you and hang you in front of the mountain gate. The ghost monkey wailed. It wasn't me. Lu Yin found it strange. Speak clearly. What happened? The ghost monkey scrambled to Lu Yin's feet and hugged his leg. Seventh bro, thank goodness you're here. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise your little monkey would be gone. Seventh bro, you have to help me. Lu Yin sent the ghost monkey flying with a kick. Speak clearly. The ghost monkey crawled over again and shamelessly said, it was that old thing, progenitor Wuxiang. I finally understand why he created me. He clearly wanted to be reborn. Elder Chan and the others were shocked. Reborn? That was not a good term. Everyone had their own way of living. A person's life was their entire life. If they were reborn, they would no longer be the same person, especially since the price of rebirth was not low. Even for progenitors, rebirth was a term that they were not willing to come into contact with. Through the ghost monkey's explanation, Lu Yin understood that this was the reason why he had been created. The ghost monkey came from progenitor Wuxiang's blood, and progenitor Wuxiang had used his own blood and shadow to create the ghost monkey. No one knew why he had done this, and even the ghost monkey did not know why progenitor Wuxiang had created him. Now he knew. Once the ghost monkey touched progenitor Wuxiang's corpse, progenitor Wuxiang's remnant consciousness would enter his body through the blood. Since he was originally created from progenitor Wuxiang's blood, there would not be any conflicts, and he would be able to retain all of his remaining consciousness. This also meant that progenitor Wuxiang's consciousness would replace the ghost monkey's own, which meant that the ghost monkey would become the second progenitor Wuxiang. Although it would not be the true progenitor Wuxiang, it was still equivalent to progenitor Wuxiang being reborn. Don't you think that's cruel, seventh bro? The one who was impudent to you wasn't me, but progenitor Wuxiang. His remnant consciousness is causing trouble. Seventh bro, you have to understand me, the ghost monkey cried. Everyone fell silent. So this was what had happened. The ghost monkey was progenitor Wuxiang's backup plan. It was born from progenitor Wuxiang's blood, and it could find progenitor Wuxiang's corpse. This was a great temptation for the astral beast domain. Progenitor Wuxiang had been certain that his corpse would be found one day, and the ghost monkey would definitely come into contact with it. That day would also be the day of his rebirth. However, he had not expected that Lu Yin would be nearby and save the ghost monkey. Even if progenitor Wuxiang had been at his peak, he might not have been able to defeat Lu Yin, let alone a skeleton. If not for Lu Yin, the ghost monkey would not be the ghost monkey now. Lu Yin sized up the ghost monkey. This guy's strength had actually broken through to become a half-step progenitor. How ruthless. Back when he had fought for the Star Tower, the ghost monkey had swallowed the blood of a progenitor, which had greatly increased his strength. Now he had directly absorbed progenitor Wuxiang's blood, and his strength had not simply increased. Instead it had transformed. Even though he still looked wretched and weak. Are you the ghost monkey or progenitor Wuxiang now? Elder Chan asked. The ghost monkey shouted, of course it's me. The real me is definitely not progenitor Wuxiang. How do you prove it? Master Shan frowned. The ghost monkey wailed, if I were progenitor Wuxiang, I wouldn't be telling you all this. Everyone thought about it and agreed. If it were progenitor Wuxiang, saying such things would just be asking for suspicion, and he could definitely come up with some other reason. Seventh bro, I know a secret. There's a secret. The ghost monkey suddenly thought of something and excitedly boasted. Chapter 2774. When he heard the monkey's words, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and his interest was piqued. A secret obtained from progenitor Wuxiang's memories? The ghost monkey nodded and grinned. My consciousness was almost taken over by that old thing, but I managed to obtain some memories. Very important memories related to the Hui ancestor, but I can only tell you, seventh bro. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Master Shan was alarmed. Young master. Lu Yin waved his hand, even if ancestor Wuxiang is here, I'm not afraid. The ghost monkey said bitterly, Seventh bro, why are you still doubting me? Lu Yin brought the monkey away from the crowd and arrived at the back of the mountain. He kicked the door open and said, "Speak." The ghost monkey's shifty eyes swept around, and then he leaned closer to Lu Yin and whispered, "Actually, Ancestor Wuxiang did not become an ancestor on his own. It was Ancestor Hui who helped him." Lu Yin was surprised. "What did you say? Ancestor Hui helped Ancestor Wuxiang become an ancestor?" Ghost monkey nodded and said solemnly, "Ancestor Wuxiang has the potential to become an ancestor, but there are many creatures in the universe who have the potential to become an ancestor. How many of them can actually become an ancestor? It's because Ancestor Hui constantly gave Ancestor Wuxiang the root of wisdom tea and helped him cultivate that Ancestor Wuxiang was able to become an ancestor. Besides them, only the two of us know this secret." Lu Yin was puzzled. Why is Ancestor Hui helping Ancestor Wuxiang? The ghost monkey's expression was solemn. "This is a big secret, an absolute secret. Seventh brother, before you listen, you have to promise me one thing. No one in the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan can snatch it from you." "That's what I said." The ghost monkey laughed. "Seventh brother knows me best. Cut the crap." "Yes. Seventh bro, do you still remember the humanoid source box? What did Butian tell you?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Is it related to the humanoid source box?" Back when Lu Yin had found the Astral Beast Domain's hidden humanoid source boxes, Butian had told him that these source boxes were cultivators who had used the Origin Stone technique to transform themselves into humanoid source boxes in order to avoid the collapse of the Astral Beast Domain's continents. That was how they had managed to survive. The Astral Beast Domain had collected these source boxes in order to use the inverse origin formation to unlock them. Anyone who had been unlocked would be controlled, which would increase the Astral Beast Domain's strength. At first, Lu Yin didn't believe it, but he had looked for Xianxia and used the Book of Destiny to investigate. Only then did he confirm that the inverse origin formation and the Origin Stone technique were real, and he no longer doubted anything. Ghost Monkey solemnly said, "The human-shaped source box is related to the Fourth Mainland's Tao Lord, the Desolate God. This was once the Fourth Mainland's greatest secret, and I don't know how Ancestor Hui found out about it, but the Desolate God didn't actually die. It merely split its body into countless pieces and handed them over to the astral beasts for safekeeping. Those astral beasts all took human form, and when the Fourth Mainland was destroyed, they cultivated the Source Stone technique and transformed themselves into human-shaped source boxes. When the Fourth Mainland was destroyed, they would be able to reassemble the Desolate God and allow it to return to the universe." Lu Yin was shocked. "The origami can reappear?" Ghost Monkey nodded. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Desolate God was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms during the Above Heaven era. It was an existence that was on par with the ancient Pathmaster and the Lu family's ancestor. It was definitely a terrifying powerhouse that old Mo couldn't compare to. Once the Desolate God appeared, the Genesis space and even the 6 Path Society's structure would change. The Grand Empyrean was very powerful, but he had his own opponents as well. He had to tie down the only true God of the Eternals. If there was another origami here, what would happen? Lu Yin did not doubt that the origami would attack the humans. To the astral beasts, there was no difference whether they were Eternals or humans. During the Above Heaven era, the Fourth Mainland was filled with astral beasts. They were enslaved by humans and their hatred for humans was engraved in their bones. Lu Yin's voice changed. "I've checked the Book of Destiny and Butian's words are correct. The Source Stone technique requires the inverse origin formation to be unlocked, and the person who is unlocked will be controlled. Butian's goal in collecting the human-shaped source boxes was to achieve this." Ghost Monkey said, "This is where the Desolate God's brilliance lies. He didn't create anything on his own. Instead, he infused the Savage Scripture into the Source Stone technique. The Source Stone technique is real, the inverse origin formation is real, and the inverse origin formation is even more real. The only difference is that those who unlock the source box are not humans but astral beasts. Some of them have taken control of the Desolate God's body, and once the source box is successfully unlocked, the Desolate God will emerge and that will be troublesome. Progenitor Hui helped Progenitor Wuxiang become progenitor in order to prevent the Desolate God from appearing. He couldn't possibly destroy the Astral Beast Domain, and he couldn't stop them from collecting the human-shaped source boxes, but Progenitor Wuxiang could. When progenitor Wuxiang was alive, he did everything he could to prevent the inverse origin formation from activating, and he left behind a backup plan. Progenitor Hui also sealed many of the human-shaped source boxes, which is why the astral beast domain has not been able to use the inverse origin formation to unlock the human-shaped source boxes. They have not collected enough of them. This was the origin and purpose of progenitor Hui's seals. He had sealed all the human-shaped source boxes in order to prevent the desolate god from returning. Lu Yin remembered Butian mentioning that he had 2 opportunities to unlock the source box using the inverse origin formation, but he had been delayed by other reasons. In that case, did Butian and the others know about this? Had they used the inverse origin formation to trick him, or had they been tricked as well? Lu Yin's expression sank. They should have known that there was a desolate god statue in the space where the human-shaped source boxes were gathered. Butian often worshipped it, so he definitely knew about this secret. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be tricked in the end. If he hadn't brought out progenitor Wuxiang's corpse on a whim, and if the ghost monkey hadn't coincidentally obtained progenitor Wuxiang's memories, then he would have been unable to deal with the Eternals and thus decided to unlock the human-shaped source boxes. Then he would not have brought out the power to resist the Eternals, but rather the desolate god. Lu Yin looked into the distance with a deep gaze. The universe was never simple, and intelligent life forms were even more so. During the era of the above heaven, the Six Direction sect had disregarded the Eternals, which had led to the Lu family's eventual exile. The above heaven era had also enslaved the astral beasts, which had turned the fourth mainland into a paradise for humans. This had also led to the astral beasts viewing humans with hostility. Using this method to revive the desolate god was actually very risky, but it had still chosen to do so. This represented its determination, and once it appeared, it would no longer be under anyone's control. The ghost monkey clenched his fists and angrily said, "Seventh bro, those bastards from the astral beast domain are too vicious. They're trying to revive the desolate god behind your back." Lu Yin looked at him. "Why is progenitor Wuxiang willing to help progenitor Hui?" The ghost monkey replied, "There are good and bad humans as well. Sects kill each other, clans kill each other, and so on. It's the same for astral beast. I don't know the exact reason. I didn't obtain all of progenitor Wuxiang's memories, only a small portion of his most profound memories. However, I'm sure that progenitor Wuxiang doesn't like the desolate god and doesn't want to be controlled by it." Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Does he not like the desolate god? Progenitor Wuxiang must have seen the desolate god's statue. Forget it. This was a matter between progenitor Wuxiang and progenitor Hui. Now that he knew what progenitor Hui had sealed, there was even less reason for him to open it. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction and saw Butian, who was teaching Xianxia the art of destiny. This guy was hiding too much. "Monkey, are you all right?" Lu Yin asked. He asked. The ghost monkey immediately promised, "Seventh bro, I'm fine. Absolutely fine." Lu Yin looked at the monkey and smiled. "Actually, if you become progenitor Wuxiang, you'll be of even greater help to me." The ghost monkey opened his mouth and howled, "Seventh bro, how can you do this? If I become progenitor Wuxiang, your little monkey will be gone forever." Lu Yin looked away. "Alright, I'll give you a mission. From now on, you'll be in charge of collecting human-shaped source boxes. Throughout the entire fifth mainland, including the technocracy and astral beast domains, you'll need to collect any human-shaped source boxes. Tell everyone that I'm going to use the inverse origin formation to unseal them." The ghost monkey blinked. "Unseal them?" Lu Yin looked in Butian's direction. "Keep an eye on them and see who's still collecting human-shaped source boxes. Whoever is collecting them is suspicious." The ghost monkey puffed out his chest. "Understood. Seventh bro, don't worry. This little monkey definitely won't disappoint you. I want to see who dares to compete with me. No seventh bro for human-shaped source boxes. Even if the desolate god is reborn, it will have to kneel down and become seventh bro's mount." Lu Yin was speechless. This guy was even more daring than he was. Make the desolate god his mount? Even the primogenitors had never done such a thing. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that he had once dreamt of the primordial era, where he had seen a person who was 90% similar to himself jumping and cheering on the back of an enormous creature. That creature should have been the immovable heavenly king elephant, and it was so large that it seemed to be able to support the entire universe. It was not something that the Hell Dragon could compare to. Lu Yin did not know how strong the immovable Heavenly King elephant was, or if it was simply large in size. If its strength was proportional to its size, then using it as a mount would be enough to scare a bunch of people to death. It would not be a problem for it to dominate the entire universe. Actually, Lu Yin could have used Xianxia's identity to exit seclusion, but Wang Wen had reminded him of something. He had to use his own identity to travel through the three sovereigns' spacetime. Lu Yin had always wanted the fifth mainland to replace the three sovereigns' spacetime and become one of the six directional associations. He had done so by capturing Mu Jun and confronting Luo Jun. However, he had neglected one point. His original identity as Lu Yin had never done anything in the three sovereigns' spacetime. Even if he used Xianxi's identity to stir up trouble, Lu Yin's identity was still too sudden. Thus, Lu Yin decided to make a trip to the three sovereigns' spacetime. It was very simple to travel from the fifth mainland to the three sovereigns' spacetime. All he had to do was pass through Shenwu Continent's passage. When the passage opened, in addition to the confrontation between the three sovereigns' spacetime and the fifth mainland, it also helped the three sovereigns' spacetime remove the poison of time. This was something that Lu Yin had not paid attention to. The three sovereigns' spacetime had always been poisoned by time, so much so that the original spacetime could not be maintained. Everyone could only cultivate their monarch's aura, but when the passage opened and connected to the fifth mainland, the progenitor's sword helped the three sovereigns' spacetime remove the poison of time. However, even if the poison of time disappeared, it did not matter because no one in the three sovereigns' spacetime could cultivate their former strength. The monarch's aura was not weak. Outside the passage, three demigods surrounded it and stared at it. They had been ordered by Luo Shan to guard the passage and not allow any cultivators from the Genesis space to enter. On the other side of the passage, there were also powerhouses from the three sovereigns' spacetime guarding it. Both sides had a tacit understanding that no one would interact with each other. Even if the four cardinal sky had helped them defend the six directional association, they had relied on the three sovereigns' spacetime to tear through the void to arrive.